Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to tonight's full council meetings, in the plural this evening. These meetings are being live streamed via the council's website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here who has joined us tonight. My chaplain, the Reverend Edward Wright, will now lead us in prayer. Thank you, Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening. It's been a week of remembrance, hasn't it? And good to see that these acts of remembering are continuing to be so well supported. They remind us, among other things, about the importance of reconciliation and to value the freedom that we enjoy. The very opportunity here tonight to speak freely and express differences. We're obviously not aspiring to uniformity, but we are surely all aspiring to use well the freedom that was bought at so great a cost. The day after the last full council meeting, I was speaking with a friend who, like you all, spends much time and energy working with others for the welfare of our towns. He's actually been honoured for it. He habitually views the live stream of these meetings, and I asked him what he thought of the previous evening. I was a little surprised, and party leaders will know why, because when he said that he'd switched off because he became so frustrated with the time spent in political point scoring on all sides. He's convinced that these attempts to gain votes do not gain any and actually put people off the whole process of local democracy. I know he's written, as I say, to the party leaders with an appeal to put the interests of the local community above politics and to work together wherever possible for the best decisions and to encourage a greater sense of participation in local democracy. Now, I do realise I may risk sounding like one of those experts who shout from the stands at those on the pitch, but actually I'm trying to speak softly from the sidelines as a simple, apolitical resident and ratepayer. Actually, I might add a little louder an adaptation of the Chancellor's recent words about putting region before party and local interest before political calculation. We're obviously at a very significant moment in local democracy. I do wonder whether with the larger areas it may be an even greater challenge to engage voters than it is now. So what a perfect moment to aspire to spend more time and effort on working together to make good decisions for the community and less on attempted point scoring that will probably only reduce the overall tally in the end. Might there be just time for something of an example to develop here in Medway, which could even spread to the larger authorities of the future? Plans with many councillors succeed, as Proverbs has it, although councillors are spelt differently. Or, very succinctly put, forward together. Those of us on the Great Lines on Sunday morning may have noticed when we arrived that the valley below was shrouded in mist. You couldn't see much at all. But then the sun broke through and bathed the whole scene with light. It was very atmospheric for the service and the wreath laying. Coming back through Strood, I was quite surprised to find myself in mist again, no sign of the sun. But then driving over Rochester Bridge, I just glimpsed its pale outline through the mist. Just over the end of England's most historic street. And if you haven't heard the podcast, do listen out for it. Whether we see a scene bathed in light or experience being surrounded by mist, the sun is there. And I believe, of course, that whether we see him or not, the sun is there also. Many remember his sacrifice with thankfulness each week, a sacrifice that won a freedom more profound and lasting, even than that valued afresh this month. The death of Jesus Christ brought together our own failures and wrongs, and indeed the brokenness and pain of the whole world, with the forgiveness and love of God. We may look up and glimpse an outline through the mist. I quote, "God was reconciling the world to himself in Christ, not counting people's sins against them. And he has committed to us the message of reconciliation." So to a prayer, and do join with an amen if that's appropriate for you. Heavenly Father, thank you for the hard-won freedom that we enjoy in our nation, and that we can gather here this evening to speak our minds and our hearts without fear because of it. We ask for your hand upon this meeting, give insight and good sense, and enable as much agreement as possible on the things which are truly important. We lift to you the future of Medway, the deliberations of our local cabinet, and the decisions to be made by central government. May they work out for the best for Medway and Kent. Bless our communities, and bless all who work and serve here for the good of Medway. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Before I ask our group whips to give apologies for absence, I would like to inform everyone that I plan to hold this meeting and the next special meeting before taking a 15-minute break, after which we will hold the reconvened council meeting from 16th of October. Councillor Peake, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting and the other two meetings this evening?
Yes, Mr Mayor. We have apologies for following councillors Holcroft-Scott and Nishmshon and Price.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I have apologies from Councillor Barrett, Deputy Mayor Councillor Spring, Councillor Gilborn, Councillor Firm and Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We are all present and correct. Thank you.
Councillor Vi.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Declaration of interest. To avoid confusion, I will ask for interest meeting by meeting. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interest from members of the council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. No member? Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity in my announcements to remind members of our next two mayoral charity events taking place to help fundraise for Caring Hands in the Community and Slide Away. On the 29th of November, there will be a Christmas event at our beautiful Eastgate House, a theatrical production of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, for which there are still a few tickets left. And on the 29th of January, we have a panto at the Oast House Theatre in Rainham. The production this year is Robin Hood. For both of these events, there will be an opportunity to meet with the cast afterwards. As always, further information and tickets are available from my office. And if you're unable to attend or join in these events, please do feel free to donate to the Mayor's charities. Now, to assist with the smooth running of tonight's meeting, group leaders have informally agreed how we will deal with any amendments and timings this evening, and all members have been advised of these changes in advance of the meeting. The usual time limits on speeches in relation to agenda item 5 be suspended to allow the following. A, the proposer to speak for up to 10 minutes when introducing the report and moving the recommendations. B, the supporter of the proposal to speak for up to 5 minutes when supporting the proposal. C, proposers and supporters of any amendments may speak for up to 10 and 5 minutes respectively, or a group leader or their nominee may speak for up to 10 minutes where a political group is not moving an amendment. And D, the normal time limits will then apply for all other speakers, i.e. 3 minutes. And finally, E, we will take any amendments in order of group size, with the largest group first, and amendments need not be in writing if they specifically relate to one of the options already set out in recommendation 1.1 on page 9 of the main agenda. Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Please can I remind members, if you wish to register to speak, all you need to do is simply press the button on the microphone unit in front of you. There is no need to do anything more, as when I call someone to speak, our AV team will activate your microphone automatically from the main console. I would also remind members to speak directly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly. And please, members, if you do stand, please keep your head still and do not move around, because we will not pick up the feed. And finally, I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. Thank you. Come now to agenda item 4, Leader's Announcements. May I call on the Leader of the Council to make his announcements?
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. My only announcement, as this is the first full council after Remembrance Day and Remembrance Sunday, is to thank all of those from across this chamber and indeed across our community who took time out, whether at one of our services across the Medway towns or on the Hoo Peninsula, or indeed representing Medway at the Cenotaph and elsewhere in the country, for taking that time to reflect and remember. For all communities across England and the world, that's an important moment, but particularly for our communities here in Medway, with the DNA of the armed forces running through the DNA of our community. So thank you very much for everybody who's made that series of events, both on Sunday and on Tuesday, so very poignant. In particular, I'd want to highlight Mayor Clark, where you and I were at Chatham Town Football Club. They actually organised a remembrance service because the fixtures list meant they didn't have a football game at home during the remembrance period. So to take that time as one of many examples to go above and beyond means a lot to the community of Medway. Thank you.
Thank you. Come now to the substantive agenda, Local Government Reorganisation and Devolution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark. For the avoidance of doubt, I will use a bit of formal wording to begin with. I am proposing that Council agrees to provide the following steer to Cabinet, namely that Medway Council submits option 4D for unitary authorities to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, known as MHCLG, for local government reorganisation across the region of Kent and Medway. And I do so proudly on the back of some amazing work by some amazing people. And I'll take a minute or two of my 10 to recognise them. I want to put on record my thanks to some incredible hard-working officers led by our Chief Executive, a number of members of his corporate management team and many others alongside them who have worked often at breakneck speed, particularly on local government reorganisation, but of course as well on the issue of devolution, and I'll talk a little more about devolution before we finish this item tonight. I also want to recognise in particular David Holloway. His expertise and knowledge of a map is without doubt, so I thank him for that. I want to thank colleagues from across the chamber who have participated in the cross-party working group on this matter. Again, not always in agreement, but actually I think that has been a really good example of being open and transparent, not discussing things behind closed doors, to make sure that from my perspective and the perspective of this council, we've worked collaboratively and collectively. It doesn't mean that we've agreed on everything, and that's the very nature of politics, but the ability to discuss things, to understand things, and importantly, for members from all four political groups to be able to ask questions of officers. One of the issues we've had at those cross-party working groups has been looking at how specific issues in Medway will be impacted by local government reorganisation. Can I thank in particular from the Cabinet my Deputy Leader, and I want to highlight as well Councillor Marhill. He's done some fantastic work on this piece of work. I also finally, in my Oscar-style speech, want to thank my 13 other council leaders. I also want to thank Roger Goff, of course, who was there previously, Again, we haven't always agreed on everything, and you can see that clearly within the report, but actually where there has been consensus, and even when there hasn't, there's been a collaborative approach which I think has been second to none, not my words, but the words of other local government experts from across the country who have seen Kent and Medway as an exemplar. And alongside those council leaders are 13 other chief executives working alongside Richard to facilitate, support the debate as we've gone forward. This is the biggest decision this administration will ever make. And therefore it is right and appropriate that before my cabinet meet next week, that we have the opportunity as a full council to debate the issues, to bring those forward. But I'm very clear that from my perspective there is one clear choice, and that is the option 4D. The paper lists those issues, and I would draw colleagues and residents' attention to pages 16 to 20. They're the questions that we are posed by central government to think about when we're going through this process. And of course this is an important milestone not just for local government but also for devolution. And everyone in this chamber and lots of residents who take an interest in these matters will know that I was disappointed that we were not part of the devolution priority programme, that I look on colleagues in Essex and Sussex and wish we were part of that, because actually I want our residents both here in Medway but across the whole region to be benefiting from things like additional funding for skills, additional funding for public transport. Just earlier today, I was with my friend and colleague, Councillor Marhill, in the Kent and Medway Economic Partnership. And again, we were talking there about making sure that our 1.9 million residents across the region don't miss out as a result of not being in that. So an important milestone to getting to be in that room is local government reorganisation. And I say this, it's about making sure that it's fit for purpose. And look, I believe, and I accept entirely, that from the options we see on the table in front of us, in my view, 4 of them are compliant with what government is looking for. 1 of them isn't. 1A is not compliant. And we can have a debate, and we will tonight, around the value of each of the different options available. 13 other councils will be doing that as well. 14 cabinets across Kent and Medway will be taking decisions and making submissions. So that's an important part of democracy, but we've got to be in a position where, in my view, that the next step, and the key next step, is ultimately around devolution as well. And again, in my view, 4 of the 5 of the options are compliant, 1 isn't. So why 4D? And that's important. Why 4D? For us, it's about the criteria that were set. Certainly at the start of this process, and has been clear as we've moved forward, government's expectation is to have councils around 500,000 people. Around. It doesn't need to be an exact figure, and by the nature of it, that will be almost impossible. But in very simple terms, if you have just under 2 million people, and you have councils of about 500,000 each, that's 4. That's not 3. So I'm clear, actually, 4 was always my preferred option. But actually, I think it's about righting the wrongs of more than 50 years ago. I wasn't in this council chamber in the mid-70s when local government reorganisation was being discussed. I wasn't alive, actually, frankly. But others were, and they took decisions at that time. And some of those decisions, I think, have been looked on elsewhere, not just here in Kent, but across the country, where people have taken the opportunity to change boundaries and borders that were there from the mid-70s onwards. And I think a really good example of that, and again, where we have been clear in our process that we've already started to listen to understand to where we've got to now. Of course, this has changed slightly because we've been listening carefully to people across the 1.9 million residents, is the issue of Faversham, for example. Faversham's a really good example. Lots of people don't see themselves closely affiliated with Sittingbourne and Sheppey, although they come under the same council. Many more of them see themselves far more closely affiliated with Canterbury, and actually from a health perspective, one of our most key partners, they are directly affiliated to Canterbury, where Sittingbourne and Sheppey, of course, share the same hospital as us. So we've taken in this process the opportunity to right some of those wrongs from 50 years ago, to recognise that the world has changed and moved on. We've used, as has been well documented in a number of cases, hard boundaries of motorways. We think that's the right approach. And importantly, and I'd say this, this ultimately will be a decision for the Secretary of State. And I look forward to hearing Steve Reed's opinion on this in due course. And really importantly for residents, because again, there's been a level of engagement, but a bit of actual consultation would be a good thing. I think all 14 councils would agree on that. So I'm really proud that we'll be making sure as a council that we facilitate that public consultation. So if people have got views, you will absolutely have your opportunity to share those views. Really important. I was talking just this afternoon to one of our key stakeholders. They will be using their communication tools and techniques to encourage people to share their views, because this is about, actually not really about the 59 of us in this room at all. It's about our residents, it's about our community, and it's about our region. Because this is not just about Medway. I know all of us are here elected to represent Medway, but this decision is not solely about our community. This is about a plan for the whole region of Kent and Medway, to make sure that we have local government fit for purpose. There will be some who have tried to somehow keep the two-tier system of government by using other names. They're flawed and wrong in this. We're very clear. 27 years of unitary authority says unitary authority is the right way to go. Medway Council has been big enough to matter but small enough to care. And in our model, we've created councils that we believe carry on that mantra, albeit at a slightly larger scale. So, Mayor Clark, I'm incredibly proud to move this recommendation to Council. We know there'll be differences of views. I'm sure, listening carefully to Edward and recognising the letter that he referred to in his speech, we will do this conversation, as we will all conversations tonight, in a professional, cordial manner, because we do have more in common than what separates us. But on this issue, I'm really, really clear. This is about the future for our community, the future for our 1.1 million residents of Kent and Medway, and it has to be 4D. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Murray, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak?
I reserve my right, please.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and can I thank the leader for his introduction. Mr Mayor, I would like to open my speech by moving an amendment on behalf of the Conservative Group to the proposal to give a steer to Cabinet, and would like to propose option 3A of the submission to MHCLG to the Council as set out in the business case within Appendix 2 of the document pack. Mr Mayor, this latest tranche of local government reorganisation is the biggest change in local government in a generation, not just here in Kent and Medway, but right across the country. And as I've always been clear, it is the right thing to do. Moving to a single tier of local government has been a success here in Medway. We are proud of what having a unitary authority has achieved for people across our 5 towns, the peninsula and the surrounding rural areas. This opportunity provided by the government not only will allow us to shape the future of local government for a generation, but also unlocks the crucial prize that I agree with the leader on, that being devolution. Devolution has the potential to deliver for people right across Kent and Medway, with a combined authority that can bring in inward investment, government funding, and crucially, as we've seen in places like the Tees Valley, level up and drive greater opportunities for all. But Mr Mayor, it must be the right local government reorganisation. The options being proposed by both the Reform leader of Kent County Council and the Labour leader of Medway Council are equally flawed in every sense. KCC's model doesn't meet the basic criteria. It would fail to ensure that people have a strong local voice, and as the leader has said herself, it's the cleverest way of putting a spoke in the works but still being part of the process. Put quite frankly, that option shows that Reform UK are still not a serious party and don't care about the people of Kent and Medway. But option 4D is arguably even worse. It's gone from a map drawn at Gun Wharf with no engagement to suddenly being randomly redrawn as part of a bargaining process to try and garner support. The map breaks up ancient boundaries of district and boroughs. It will be hugely complicated to set up and give rise to unitaries with huge differences in populations. It is unlikely to achieve the savings that are a key component of LGR2. Then there is the crazy ward arrangements referenced within the plan. In no guidance from the government has deprivation and rurality ever been taken into account when deciding warding arrangements. And if that was not the worst of it, the Vanity project has also cost taxpayers at least £105,000 of borrowed money to be paid back by future generations of Medway residents, as we discovered as a result of this Conservative opposition's call-in. Mr Mayor, option 3A is the only viable option that meets the government's criteria, supported by the Kent Police and Crime Commissioner, respects existing boundaries and has the best chance of delivering for the residents of Kent. I want to pay tribute in particular to the exceptional leadership of my colleagues Councillor Hogarth in Sevenoaks and Councillor Borden in Tunbridge and Malling, serious and experienced leaders who have spearheaded this option. My colleagues in the Medway Conservative Group are unanimous in our support for option 3A, along with many Conservatives across Kent. Why is it important? Because option 3A offers the greatest potential for savings, the lowest one-off implementation costs and the shortest estimated payback period of any multi-unitary option. In other words, it is the most efficient and cost-effective path forward. But efficiency alone is not enough. This model ensures strong local accountability and guarantees that services reflect the needs of our communities. At the same time, it achieves economies of scale and supports long-term financial sustainability. Option 3A creates unitary councils with the capacity to deliver for today and adapt for tomorrow, as well as withstanding financial shocks. It offers broadly balanced populations that align with local identities, something that from our conversations matters deeply to the people we serve here in Medway. The model is not just practical, it is collaborative. It has alignment and support from the county's largest public sector partners. That means stronger opportunities for place-based service development, integration of health and social care, and wider public service reform. A North Kent authority built for the future, stretching across the Thames Gateway from Dartford to Swale, bringing together major international ports in Ebbsfleet and the port of Sheerness with Medway. A West Kent authority, a knowledge-driven region from Maidstone to Tunbridge Wells, and an East Kent authority, which is a diverse coastal and rural economy anchored as the gateway to Europe. And let's not forget the bigger picture. Option 3A enables pan-Kent service provision, reduces costs for other public sector partners by limiting the need for realignment, and forms a strong foundation for future devolution. In short, option 3A is not just a reorganisation plan, it is an exciting vision for a stronger, more accountable and more sustainable Kent and Medway. I urge the Leader of the Council and the Labour Group to acknowledge what they probably already know. Option 3A, the strongest option for a brighter future for our great historic county. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Tejan, do you wish to speak now?
No, hold.
Reserve your right. Okay. Remind members we are now debating the amendment. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to speak not only to oppose option 4D, but, like the leader, to defend the integrity of local democracy in Kent. Option 4D may wear the mask of simplicity, but beneath it lies fragmentation, disruption...
Sorry, Councillor Kemp, we're speaking to the amendment.
I'm speaking to the amendment, yes. I'm coming to that. Thank you.
Okay.
But beneath it lies fragmentation, disruption and a dangerous dilution of community voice. It proposes to carve up 10 of the Kent's 14 councils, scattering their functions across 4 sprawling unitary authorities. That's not reform, Mr Mayor. It's demolition addressed as efficiency. But contrast option 3A is a blueprint for principled reform. It retains county-wide coherence where it matters in strategic services like safeguarding, SEND provision and emergency planning, whilst devolving real power to local level. It embeds area assemblies, providing a formal platform for place-based governance, ensuring that decisions reflect the lived realities of different parts of Kent, from coastal towns to rural parishes. Neighbourhood Forum allows empowering platforms for community engagement and local government, not as token gestures, but as living instruments of community empowerment. It respects the patchwork of Kent's towns and parishes, allowing character to flourish rather than be subsumed. Option 3 does not dismantle, it strengthens. It does not impose, it invites. It does not flatten, it elevates. Mr Mayor, governance is not a spreadsheet, it's a covenant between people and place, and we must choose a model that amplifies local voice, not silences it, that honours Kent's diversity, not erases it, that reforms with care, not with a wrecking ball. So I urge the Council as a whole to support the amendment and choose option 3A. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
We stand at a critical juncture regarding the future of local governance in Kent and Medway, and although the choice is ultimately an executive decision of which option Medway puts forward to government, I welcome the opportunity to debate the options here this evening and let the administration know the feeling of all councillors. We must prioritise long-term financial resilience, efficiency and stability. While several multi-unitary options are on the table, I want to speak clearly in favour of option 3A, the three-unitary business case, which represents a robust, responsible and viable path forward, especially when compared directly with option 4D. The evidence from the analysis points overwhelmingly to option 3A as a fiscally superior choice. Option 3A offers significant financial advantages over option 4D. From the outset, it requires lower investment and delivers higher returns. Firstly, consider the implementation cost. Option 3A is estimated to incur a one-off implementation cost of around 128 million. This is notably lower than options 4D estimated cost of around 136 million. More critically, option 3A generates dramatically higher long-term savings. The estimated recurring annual revenue savings from option 3A range from 40 million to 50 million. Compare this to option 4D, where the net recurring annual savings are projected to be significantly lower, ranging between 19 million and 35 million. This disparity directly impacts the time it takes to see value for money for the taxpayer. Option 3A delivers the fastest payback period among the multi-unitary models, 5.4 to 6.7 years. Option 4D, conversely, could take up to 14.5 years to achieve payback, with estimates ranging from 7.9 to 14.5 years. Furthermore, option 3A's 10-year cumulative impact transformation is a net saving of between 132 million and 226 million, while option 4D faces the risk of losses, with a cumulative impacts ranging from a loss of 85 million to a saving of 72 million. Choosing option 3A is simply the financially responsible choice, unlocking benefits sooner and achieving maximum savings. Beyond finances, option 3A offers superior stability and operational coherence. Option 3A minimises transition complexity because it avoids any changes to existing district boundaries. Option 4D, however, is explicitly modified for unitary model involving boundary changes. The introduction of boundary changes in models like 4D makes providing an accurate database assessment difficult and introduces additional costs, risks and complexity to the implementation process. The number of unitary authorities proposed as noted is the biggest driver of complexity and cost, giving 3A a built-in advantage over 4D. Option 3A also excels in creating balanced geographies that meet government guidelines. It results in the most evenly split authorities with only a 20% disparity in population distribution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wildey, please.
Thank you and good evening, Mr Mayor. Option 3A. If we have to move forward with a larger authority, 3A is the better option. The North Kent model. This aligns closely with the services, health, police and fire services, reducing fragmentation and improving opportunities for coordination for system-wide transformation. I have for a long time supported and promoted health services being as local as possible. And while this proposed authority of North Kent is not my idea of local, it is better than at present the NHS seeing the area of Medway and Kent as local. Adult social care will have the economies of scale excuse me, and be able to provide care in a manner that suits our residents. Needs with more options than at present across a larger area and the shared resources of the present authorities. This is made easier by working within the existing boundaries and structures already in place. This is a better option than a mishmash which would arise by changing boundaries and facilities as offered in option 4D. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filmer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. The Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple, said this evening that we're here to represent the local residents that voted us in. And regarding that, I think option 3A delivers a balance populations while respecting the existing boundaries. And you know how I feel about Cuxton hauling ending up miles in the Wilder Kent and beyond. So for that reason, I think 3A is probably the best bet to keep the identity of the villages and the size of the unitary. Some of us, unfortunately, remember the days when Peninsula and other places were all part of the big KCC, and I remember when the Thames Port was built. I think Mr de Savre gave a lot of money, and we was always hoping for the A228 to be sort of brought up to standard, and the money got spent in the Wilder Kent. So on that point, I think 3A really helps support the villages and the authorities that we're looking to merge with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brake, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the end of the day, we all recognise that it will be the Secretary of State and the government that will decide on the change, and they will come up with the recommendation. We have a golden opportunity through this meeting and other such meetings to bring to the attention of the Secretary of State what our feelings are generally across the piece. And I certainly support option 3A, some of the reasons having been mentioned here this evening already. One in particular, in fact, is boundary changes, and option 3A does specifically point out that the boundary commissioners do not recommend any change to the boundaries at the onset of any new authority, and it is for that reason I think that we should listen very carefully. We all know what we've been through recently with the boundary changes and the upset that it actually brings to communities. But here we're talking about cutting across village communities, parish communities, interfering with local arrangements, and really under the proposal by Labour for 4B, it would in fact be slicing up Cuxton and Halling, giving that to Tunbridge and Morning, and in turn Medway Council taking over parts of Bluebell Hill. At the end of the day, this is going to be a considerable upset to all concerned. But 3A, keep with the boundaries as they exist, settle in, and in 2032, I think was the date that is mentioned, then is the opportunity to review, look at boundaries, and if appropriate, make changes, not at the onset of the proposed change by central government for the new local authorities. It should also be mentioned, of course, that as a unitary authority, Medway has got far more not only interest but experience on what works for a unitary authority. And we've got this golden opportunity of guiding the rest of Kent. Don't leave it to Kent with their status quo. In fact, let's pull Medway into the bigger Kent. That will be absolute disaster. And that is something I don't think I could ever live with. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The point raised by the leader earlier that when this decision was made to divvy up Kent into the districts and borough councils in 1972, there was an awful lot of us sitting in this chamber that weren't born, probably weren't even thought of, looking at some of the more younger members. But the point is that a lot of people here, the boundaries have been what they are since 1972. They were what we were born into, they're what we were grown up into. And generations after us, they're the areas they know. So looking at the local identity and community cohesions, Cuxton and Halling, a lot of their trade was done on the river, linking them to the Medway towns of Strood, Rochester and Chatham. You also look at the other areas. The A2, if you were looking at it as a boundary, the A2 cuts through the middle of Medway. I know we've had the M2 built, which goes round Medway, but the A2 is a historic road, one of the main historic roads running through Kent, linking us to Canterbury and Dover. Although the boundaries are not perfect and weren't perfect in 1972, they tried to keep communities together. Gravesham Borough Council, cutting that completely in half. A lot of the villages just south of the A2 look towards Gravesend as their main port of call. Same with Dartford. Again, the A2, some of the villages outside there, and if you said to them, you're not part of Dartford, they'll be telling you you're going mad. They're generally happy. But the thing is that also the community ties all the way across. It's not just in Medway that are looking to cut it in half. It's also in other areas where the centres have particularly been Sevenoaks, Maidstone, the Medway towns, Canterbury, and splitting them up within them communities that people got used to over all this period. So leaving the boundaries as they are, which option 3A does, again, I will add what the leader and also Councillor Brake said, going to one unitary authority will be completely and utterly a bad system for everyone that lives within the Medway area. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mahill.
Well, thank you so much, Mr Mayor. Look, if we want to be historical about this, let's go, let's go the full whack. I'm up for, let's go to 1086. We can go back to the lathes and the hundreds of Kent and go back to the parishes. I would actually love it, but we're got to be realistic about what we're trying to achieve here. You can't have it both ways. You can't talk about 1972, 1978. You can't talk about the 70s and pretend like these are ancient boundaries that were upsetting. No, they're not. No, they're not. They've constantly changed. Have a look at the administrative history of Kent. It's constantly changed and it's constantly reflected what's required and what's needed for future generations. And that's what that's what our submission does. What the 3A submission does is bakes in what now is a 50-year-old set of boundaries and uses that as there's no change to the boundaries. We're just amalgamating 2 or 3 districts together, and look what you get: comically large unitary authorities that neither do a good job at representing the local identity, nor do they do a good job at providing the best case scenario for saving money. Because if you really want to save money, then let's just have Kent, just one Kent, and that would save the most money. But that's a crazy idea as well. So let's be serious about what is required. The key figure here is 4. We need 4 unitary authorities to make the best balance for population, the best balance for the community, adherence to the community. And not only that, the ability to sort of look at the boundaries as more fluid has allowed us to take feedback from the districts, from the communities. And actually, you can see Faversham has moved, Tunbridge, we have Tunbridge Wells, that boundary has moved. And are you honestly saying that Walderslade should be split into 4 different councils? Are you happy with that? You're talking about community identity because moving the line back to the A2, which makes a lot of sense. Not many people are skipping across the A2 to go hop farming into the villages. That's not happening. You're saying that in the meantime, you're also supporting splitting up Walderslade, parts of what you represent, and splitting up into 4 different authorities. That is crazy. We have a once in a lifetime opportunity to fix the boundaries in a way that supports the community identity. The A2 is a perfect hard boundary to do that on. Find me a better one. It doesn't exist. Can we just be serious and just go ahead with the proposed 4D model, which has been the most reactive to what people have asked? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding.
I'm obliged, Mr Mayor. Very much like local planning, considering this matter has been very intense. In fact, read the papers, read them again, considered them. And council officers truly should be commended because they were laid out clearly, very easy to follow. And I share the views of Councillor Filmer. I represent 4 villages. and they have their own identities. So any attack on any villages and their identities really does go against the grain. So when I looked at this, I came down to choices between 3A and 4B. Both have their merits. On balance, 3A probably looks the better of them. That said, one is always mindful of a Dartford inclusion, and I say that with no disrespect to the residents of Dartford, but there is always the London influence, the creep that comes in from the London area as it makes its way into Kent. We need to be mindful of that. Certainly 5A doesn't work, and definitely big is not beautiful, so a single one, totally out of the question. As for 4D, it was interesting to hear Councillor Marhill refer to comically large numbers. Well, when you actually look at it, 4D, the only one that's comically large is the one that this administration is proposing for Medway. Outweighs everyone by almost 200,000 people. Also, on the face of it, the proposal smacks of apparent political bias. I use the word apparent. It's unbalanced. 4D, if it had lost Dartford North but picked up Medway West, might have had something going for it. But I don't think it does. That said, and I note his comments, and I appreciate them because it leads on to a great point about Walderside. One thing that must happen, and one thing I implore this Cabinet to take with it and pay particular attention to, boundaries must be clear, concise and tidy. The situation, and we've seen it, of having one side of the road on one authority and the other side in another authority is, in my opinion, in this day and age, quite frankly ridiculous and cannot be allowed when any changes take place on this reorganisation. Mr Mayor, I'm obliged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I support the Conservative Group amendment so eloquently tabled by the Leader of the Opposition to this administration's position on local government reorganisation. This amendment calls for a crucial strategic pivot, Mr. Mayor. It calls for the Medway Labour administration to abandon its preferred proposal 4D and instead actively support the three-unitary model, proposal 3A. This is not an attack on the principle of localism, Mr. Mayor. It is a plea for financial realism and long-term service sustainability for our residents. We all agree on the need to move away from the current confusing two-tier system. We commend the administration for putting forward Proposal 4D, a model designed with genuine intentions to ensure better alignment with healthcare structures and a closer local accountability. However, Mr. Mayor, we must confront the cold, hard facts. Proposal 4D, the four-unitary model, comes saddled with significant unacceptable risk that we cannot afford to take. As currently modeled, the four-unitary approach has two major flaws that threaten the very services our most vulnerable residents rely upon. Mr. Mayor, 4D necessitates splitting and restructuring of vast, complex, and vital countrywide services like children's and other social care, and major highway management. Councillor Wadi already highlighted some of the negative impact. Councillor Joy also spoke about the impact on community cohesion. These services benefit immensely from economies of scale and resource sharing across a wider area. Splitting them up into four separate silos carries a substantial risk of disruption, significant setup cost, and potentially a reduction in service quality as resources are fragmented. We cannot gamble with social care, Mr. Mayor. Initial financial modeling on Proposal 4D raises a serious red flag. It suggests that the immense setup costs needed to set up 4 entirely new bureaucracies may never be outweighed by the operational savings, or that the payback period could be excessively long. Mr. Mayor, it is time for acute financial pressure. And in time of acute financial pressure, committing a proposal with such a questionable return on investment is financially irresponsible. Councillor Hackwell presented a clear analysis of the cost, benefits, and payback period. We cannot allow this reorganisation to become a financial burden on local taxpayers. Mr. Mayor, the 3 unitary model is a strategic, sensible middle ground that delivers the government's desired efficiency while retaining a manageable level of local focus. Proposal 3A is simply better sized for resilience and efficiency. By combining the region into 3 larger authorities rather than 4 smaller ones, 3A achieves significant greater economies of scale. This simplifies the governance structure, streamlines operation, reduces duplication, and generates better value for money. Proposals with larger geographical population bases, such as 3A, inherently score higher on financial viability and resilience. In an uncertain economic climate, we must choose the structure that offers the most robust defense against future financial shocks. Moving from the current multi-council system to just 3 unitary authorities offer a far clearer path for residents, making it easier to understand who is responsible for which service, a simplification that directly serves the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor. I go back to Councillor Perfect, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank colleagues, particularly on this side of the chamber, for outlining some of the perks of option 3A, and particularly in the case of Councillor Kemp, highlighting some of the contrast in terms of its deliverability to the option being proposed by the administration. Therefore, I would like to continue to propose option 3A to the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Go back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and thank you for colleagues' comments on the proposed amendment, which I won't be supporting. But I do agree with the last sentence of Councillor Brake, and I think Councillor Filmer referred to this as well. Absolutely, with 27 years' experience of a unitary authority, we know our 13 other council colleagues are looking on to us for support, advice and guidance. But let's be absolutely clear, on the 1st of April, all 14 councils will cease to exist. This isn't about an expanded Medway or a shrinking KCC. All of them will cease to exist, and some new councils will take their place. I hope it's 4. I was interested to hear Councillor Perfect's endorsement of Councillor Hogarth. I'm not sure whether everybody else in Sevenoaks chamber will be feeling the same way. We may find out in about a week's time. I wish him the appropriate level of well with that meeting. Councillor Kemp referred to 4D being sprawling. I think sprawling was an interesting use of that word, sprawling. Of course, for our residents, if our option is sprawling, if you've got an additional 70,000 residents, does that mean you're sprawling plus? I'm not quite sure. It's not a phrase I would use. I mean, there'll be consultation, and 3A almost certainly will be part of that consultation. The public will be able to share their view. I'll be asking them the question, I guess, in that process. Do they feel that they want to be part of a council which is nearly 700,000 residents? That's the question, and that's why we won't be supporting this tonight, which is why, actually, the whole reason for us being very clear, and to be fair to Councillor Perfect, from day one of this process, he has been consistent and said he will be supporting, with his group, an option for 3. And I respect that, but I disagree with it agreeably. That's fine, you can do that in politics. And that's why we have always said we would support 4, but actually, as I said in my opening remarks, we would take the opportunity to reflect and review, as Councillor Marhill rightfully said. The world changes not just in 53 years, but actually over several hundreds of years. So the fact that we have taken this opportunity, listening carefully to colleagues, and I would say particularly, interestingly, that in informal conversations and elsewhere, there is quite a lot of support from Dartford and current Dartford and Gravesham residents who live south of the motorway to say, actually, we look to Borough Green. This makes sense to us. So I look forward to their consultation as well. So I respect the fact that the opposition group have brought this forward. I won't be supporting it. And I know they're likely to write to the Secretary of State. And that's their right and appropriate for them to do so as the lead opposition group. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. We go to the vote. All those in favour, option 3A. So a recorded vote has been called. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will be having a recorded vote on the amendment as proposed, which is for option 3A. I will call each member in turn and ask whether you are voting for or against or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Garoon. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Marhill. Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr Mayor, the motion is lost.
Thank you. The amendment is lost. We come back to original item. Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We'll be moving an amendment that's not actually on one of the options.
Councillor Finch, everyone has a copy of the amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we are asked for a steer, not a final decision, but a steer before Cabinet meets on Tuesday to decide what, if anything, Medway sends to the Secretary of State before the 28th of November. That Cabinet decision will not be subject to call-in because it's being treated as urgent. In other words, this is the one open debate before the train leaves. We will move an amendment to adopt the status quo, do nothing option. Why? Because the public expect us to protect their money, protect their services and refuse to sign blank cheques for speculative reorganisations. We were told all 14 councils would work together in narrow proposals. That happened in September. Leaders collectively selected 3A and 4B for joint process. Then the wheels came off. KCC produced its own single unitary 1A, Medway commissioned 4D, Gravesham and Dartford pursued 5A, all outside the two jointly progressed options. Is that a united front? No. That's a fractured field with multiple bids and mixed messages, put together on an accelerated timetable. Meanwhile, engagement has been short. Kent's own draft strategic case admits there was hurried timing for public input, with placeholders still to be filled for basic metrics like respondent counts. This is not the mandate you need before abolishing and remapping councils. Now to the numbers, and I'm going to quote the documents in the reports pack. Option 4D, the version our administration wants to champion, carries £136 million in one-off implementation costs. It assumes recurring disaggregation costs of 33 to 50 million a year. And with that, the modelled payback is 8 to 15 years. There's even a £5 million premium baked in just for boundary change complexity. That's their own table, not ours. That means years before any notional savings reaches the front line, if it ever does. And that's before we ask the most basic question. How do you fund the transition? The Kent Finance Officer Group is crystal clear. The modelling does not take account of how transition costs will be funded. It's high level. It's not a target. And given our scale, payback could be longer than elsewhere. That's in the Finance Officer's agreed caveats. If you want it in a single line, the plan asks Medway residents to bankroll a £136 million reorganisation for an 8 to 15 year wait, on assumptions our own finance community says are untested at this scale and silent on how to pay for the transition. We should not do that. The administration has already ploughed local resource into this work, on top of the £500,000 the government grant administered via KCC for the shared process. Every pound spent on crafting yet another glossy business case is a pound not tackling housing repairs, potholes, children's services, pressure, or debt interest. Supporters of reorganisation will say, we'll save money by cutting duplication, but their own modelling shows disaggregation is the biggest driver of extra cost in multi-unitary options. The more you split, the more you duplicate upper-tier services, social care, children's, corporate functions. That's why 4D sits at the expensive and slow back end of the spectrum. Even Kent County Council's single unitary case spends pages warning that breaking apart people-based services risks postcode lotteries and unsustainable pressures. If their answer is don't fragment, how on earth is fragment into 4 and redraw boundaries the answer for Medway? And let's not gloss over the boundary change point. Option 4D is explicitly more complex than the other 4 unitary models because of those boundary moves. Hence the extra £5 million implementation uplift. We'd be choosing to add legal, HR, ICT, estates and commissioning headaches and paying extra for the privilege. Even if Cabinet presses submit on the 18th of November, what happens? The Secretary of State can refer to the Boundary Commission, who may consult in 26, may accept, modify or reject proposals, and only then would a structural change order be laid in Parliament with timescales for vesting and elections. The translation of that is that we sign up for years of uncertainty while still firefighting day-to-day pressures. So ask yourselves, Is this the moment to dismantle stable arrangements and start again? Or is this the moment to double down on frontline delivery and debt reduction, the things residents actually feel? Do nothing isn't doing nothing. It means keeping Medway's council as is and pursue efficiencies we control. Governance streamlining, system consolidation, shared procurement, rationalised estates, all without the £136 million entrance fee and decade-long wait. Use the time to publish a transparent local cost ledger for all LGR work to date so residents see what's been spent and on what. Work across Kent on service collaboration where it makes sense without committing to structural upheaval, the finance officers say is not a solution to the funding crisis itself. I recognise colleagues have different instincts. Some believe it's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to spend more of other people's money than they ever dreamt possible. Some favour a single county unitary, others like 3, others like 4. But tonight's choice is not a beauty parade. It's about prudence versus risk on a rush timetable where even the Cabinet decision can't be called in. If we cannot look residents in the eye and explain how transition is funded, we must not do it. Tonight I'm asking you, regardless of party, to back a sensible steer. Don't submit an LGR bid from Medway at this time. Keep what works, spend on services, not on consultants, reduce debt. If government wants structural change, it will consult at length, and there will be time then to shape something better with a real public mandate. For now, the only responsible answer is do nothing. Please support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Amos, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you. Councillor Perfect, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to place on record the Conservative Group will not be supporting this amendment. I think for a number of reasons. I think the first one being that there's a moral imperative actually to respond to a consultation that's been set out by the Secretary of State. The approach of do nothing and sit here and watch as the government take decisions pertaining to Kent and Medway without having an opinion, quite frankly, is unacceptable. We are elected to provide and represent our residents. The work's already been undertaken into the business cases, and therefore it's the prime opportunity to provide a response. Secondly, I think that the Secretary of State will act anyway. If we don't provide a response, if this Council doesn't provide a response as in the letter set out by the Ministry earlier in the year, it makes clear that the Secretary of State will be pressing ahead anyway. The order's already been put in place, and other councils in Kent will then have their chance to have a say, but Medway will not. And finally, I think I've just noticed that there's a lot of contradiction we've got going on here. I respect other leaders in Kent. Obviously, as referenced within the report, Dartford, for example, are pursuing 5A. My colleague, Jeremy Kite, fantastic leader of Dartford Council. I might not agree with his view on LGR, but he believes that is what is best for the people of Dartford. I respect him on that because he is elected. We've got a position being taken here, criticising his colleague, the leader of Kent County Council, quite clearly, about going down an option of 1A. I think that's for Reform UK to answer why there's internal disagreements about what they should be doing and how they should respond. But, Mr. Mayor, just to recap, we will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So tonight the Labour Group is proposing to waste £136 million of taxpayers' money on reorganisation with option 4D. An option already dismissed by the rest of Kent at a cost of £100,000 for the bid. And we also have the Conservative Group proposing to waste £128 million with option 3A. So both groups are being irresponsible with the public purse. Not only that, Mr. Mayor, but local government reorganisation will likely result in higher council tax bills for local residents. This is because we currently have the lowest council tax in Kent, and local bills will likely increase and equalise with neighbouring authorities who have higher rates. Once again, Mr. Mayor, local people are having these changes imposed upon them without any direct say. No referendum, no vote, no say. Just higher taxes and higher debt. Yes, there will be and has been consultation, but everyone in this room knows that consultation is not the same as a referendum. The last time reorganisation took place was back in 1998 when Medway Council was formed. A complete disaster. where Rochester's city status was cancelled by the outgoing Labour administration on the former Rochester Council. It has been said in this very chamber, Mr Mayor, that Medway Council was formed so those running Gillingham, Rainham and Chatham could get their hands on Rochester's wealth. Ever since the formation of Medway Council, Rochester, Strood and the Peninsula have financially propped up the council's coffers. But we are now suffering the same fate as predecessor authorities south-east of the River Medway, a mountain of debt and effective bankruptcy. The apparent solution to this financial mess is what we have in front of us this evening. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than seeing Medway Council Unitary Authority scrapped. However, these changes will cost local residents hundreds of millions of pounds and hikes in council tax. So it pains me to say, Mr Mayor, that the status quo must remain in place. Good band. And Medway Council and all the other councils in Kent must remain in place for now. Therefore, I will be supporting the amendment proposed by the Reform Group to make no submission and to reject and to oppose the Labour government's bonkers plan and local governance. Other councils are actually opposing as well, they're not just going along with it. The meeting tonight is completely pointless because the Cabinet will be making the submission and we, full council, have no power to force the Cabinet's hand. So the Labour administration is wasting everyone's time tonight. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Members, please may I remind you to remain respectfully silent when a member is speaking. Councillor Galvin.
Working, is it? No. It is, okay. Yeah, now it is. Having worked as a councillor under the district council system, as being a member of Rochester upon Medway, I think for 12 years, and on this authority, a unitary authority, now for 16 years, I think I've had a good opportunity to see what is a good system of governance for the people of Medway. And I have to say I'm wholeheartedly convinced that being a unitary authority has brought enormous benefits to Medway. I believe that the initial byline that we used all those years ago, I've been racking my brains actually who said it, you know, that the unitary authority would be big enough to matter but small enough to care. I think it was Rod Morad from the Labour group, but I may have got that wrong, but it's certainly been a good one. And that, I think, has really benefited Kent. And I think the best argument against the status quo has been the 6 months of farce down the hill in County Hall. If anything has dragged local government's reputation through the mud, it's got to be the present bunch of fools that are running Kent County Council. One of the reasons why Medway wanted to break from the county was that, quite frankly, we were treated with contempt. And as Councillor Filmer quite rightly pointed out, when money was made available from developments in Medway, it was not spent in Medway. But to see that high-handed manner is still there. We belong to the Kent and Medway Fire Authority. By tradition, a member from this council should be the vice chair of the Fire Authority. It should be Councillor Maple as the ruling group leader, or at least Councillor Maple's nominee. But it's not. Medway has been forgotten. For more than 20 years, Medway was provided the vice chair of the Fire Authority. That enabled Medway, although it was very much a smaller part of the Fire Authority, always had a strong voice. And we used that strong voice because I occupied that role as vice chair for a little while. And certainly I was consulted quite deeply on the positioning of new fire stations here in Medway. So I think the status quo is not good for Kent, and certainly it's
for what we've seen down at County Hall.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying not to laugh at the moment, so I'll do my best. But I like Councillor Govan, I'm a veteran of change in this respect. I was an officer with Rochester upon Medway City Council, and back then we really struggled to get anything proper done at strategic level because we were working with the county authority, which was very difficult and hard work at the time, and we were split. We had Gillingham across the board, and we did our best to work closely with Gillingham as well for the benefit of Medway as a whole. And it was much harder work. I've come back as a member, and it's just a completely different world under unitary. It is so much better and easier to get things done and more productive, and the cost effectiveness is there for all to see. So to suggest that we should not have the unitaries is farcical, frankly. And also, let's not forget that this amendment is suggesting that we stay the same while the rest of the country changes. So we would have outdated districts and a fumbling county council, which it is at the moment, as we know, and whilst everywhere else in the country was different from us and much more efficient and much more effective. We've lived with 14 years of austerity. We're trying to recover from that at the moment. The do nothing and hope for the best option of the previous Tory government, we're still suffering from that now. And to suggest that we do nothing now and hope for the best is again ridiculous. The world is changing. Our population in North Kent is growing fast. We need an authority that's fit for the future. And the proposals put forward by 4D show us how we can achieve that in the most efficient and effective way. That's what we should be looking at, and this amendment is something that I will certainly not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maher, your light has gone on and off 3 times. Are you... Okay, in which case, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a rare agreement with myself and Councillor Perfect. I knew it would happen one day. I knew I'd say, I agree with everything Councillor Perfect said, it's happened. So celebrations. But let's just be clear. This is reform essentially saying do nothing because they don't know what to do. Right? That's exactly what this is. And if we had to wait for reform to know what to do before we could do something, we'd be doing a whole lot of nothing for a long time. And that is the case up the hill. You can see what's happening there. No meetings for months on end, no consultation for months on end, and it is, it's clear what happens when you start with slogans and you go in to take real responsibility. You get to a point where you do nothing because you don't actually know what to do. You don't have any realistic options to put forward. So I thought it was clear what Reform wanted. They wanted one large unitary authority containing all of Kent. Doesn't make much sense, doesn't really fit the criteria, but hey, it was an option. Apparently not now. Apparently the option is to do nothing, and we just have to wait. But what is not clear is when people talk about the costs of doing something, they often miss the opportunity cost of doing nothing. And that is constantly missed by people who pretend to propose to be radical, but really when it comes to it, they'll push nothing forward because they don't know what to do. And so the status quo, it's not on the menu. I know quite a bit about menus. Status quo is not on there. And the reason being is because the political reality is this. The other councils will be putting stuff forward. That stuff will be going for those options, those proposals will be going forward. So either we do something or something will be done to us. So if I had to encapsulate my sort of the way I view politics, it's that. If either you do something or someone's going to do it to you. And so what they're asking for us to vote on, what they're asking for us to agree to is basically sit down, do nothing, let others decide because they don't know what to do. And that's simply not an option. So I'm glad that the members opposite the chamber actually agree. And so I think we can swiftly move on to vote against this. All the better. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to refute the urban myth that Councillor Pearce keeps on expanding regarding Gillingham Borough Council and Rochester upon Medway Council. The truth is that Gillingham Borough Council councillors were so opposed to the merger with Medway or Rochester that they entrusted all their silverware and mayoral regalia to the safeguarding of the Royal Engineers to avoid these, quote, unquote, nasty councillors from Rochester getting their hands on it. In fact, the last meeting of Gillingham Borough Council was never closed. It was merely adjourned because they felt that sometime or other the status quo would be maintained. Fortunately, it didn't. The truth of the matter is that Rochester upon Medway really wanted to get their hands on Gillingham Business Park. So I just want to put that to the records, just to hopefully Councillor Pearce will now stop generating this urban myth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I look forward to Councillor Kemp becoming the new Mayor of Gillingham in due course. And in this particular case, there's a little bit for everyone here. I share Councillor Pearce's concerns, wait for it, over the monetary thing. My ward does donate heavily in councillor coffers and doesn't get the return coming back. And I appreciate it may well be down to inexperience, and I trust that Councillor Finch will accept this in the same spirit it is offered. He mentions lack of calling. Well, there is a timetable, we do have to do something, and that's the whole point of having tonight's meeting. We're all here. A calling goes to a committee. At least we all have the opportunity to have a say on this. As for do nothing, well, you can do something, and I'm sure the Conservative group will do it, as Councillor Maple highlighted earlier. Everybody has the opportunity to write to the Secretary of State. If the Independent group and the Reform group together want to put a letter in, they can. The Conservative group can put a letter in. Okay, it's a non-binding steer. The Secretary of State will then make a decision because he will have that information. That said, I appreciate the fact that he has actually drawn, quite rightly, the attention of the large one-off costs. They are one-off and they will be paid back over time. We would hope that there would be some government money as well. One thing I did particularly like, and I do commend him for it, and I would like to see it, maybe Councillor Maple and the Cabinet will take on, is having the breakdown of the spends to date and opportunity costs. If they're available and I've missed them, then I'm open to correction. But it would be nice to see where our money is going, how it's being spent, so we do have an idea of where the money is going. People talk about 100,000, 105,000 on that. That said, the option of doing nothing and this council sitting back and allowing a Labour Home Secretary just to impose something, that's a bit too much, definitely for me. So I can't support the amendment, but I do appreciate the sincerity it is given, and I have to say, he hit the ground running, he's had a tough learning curve, and from my point of view, as a newbie, I think he's done pretty well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lemmas, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I must say, I am grateful to the range of contributions that we've heard. It's interesting to note that Councillor Mihill agrees with Councillor Perfect that reorganisation is the moral imperative for the people of Medway, because that's the #1 priority. Talking shops about reorganising council services rather than getting on with the priorities. But I much rather prefer, and would like to thank Councillor Kemp for making me aware of something that didn't come to mind, which is about the need to protect our silverware and regalia from the grubby hands of whoever comes next in the authority. Perhaps we should move our silverware into the keep of Rochester Castle. This entire debate, however, is completely pointless because we have no actual say over reorganisation, much like the people have actually no say over the reorganisation. Perhaps this is what Labour are good at, an appearance of democracy where the decisions are actually taken behind closed doors. Of course, the Chief Executive of the Council himself confirmed at Medway Matters Live with the Leader of the Council that there is no projected savings whatsoever for any reorganisation. The residents of Medway already enjoy service provision under the unitary model, so there will be no additional changes or benefits for the people of Medway. And to go back on the point of priorities, You would like to think that with 0% growth again, with unemployment up, the priority should be on affordability, on tackling measures about the cost of living, or helping those in Medway who need additional support, not on wasting time discussing how we need to redraw boundaries without even thinking of going to the people to ask for consent first. So Councillor Finch is absolutely correct in his amendment. This stuff is a nonsense. It's not the priorities of the British people. It's not the priorities of the people of Medway. We absolutely should keep the status quo and focus our attention on what really matters.
Thank you, Councillor Lammas. Come back to Councillor Finch, please. Sorry, just a moment, please. Sorry.
The proposed benefit for Medway residents is with the changes of local government, you will have devolution and economies of scale that work up to it, and the contributions for an MCA for the larger authority, the strategic authority providing funding. So it's not that there will be no added benefit to Medway residents. It's very clear throughout the proposals that the government has put forward and in our own submission.
Thank you. Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regardless of party, you've heard the arguments. The status quo is the best option. It saves money and it puts the money back into the pockets of the residents of Medway and our services. We've got nothing to gain, so let's keep the status quo. I ask you to vote for my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark. I won't be supporting status quo, either the 1970s rock band or indeed the proposal from the Reform UK group. Councillor Marhill, in his point of explanation, raises a really important point. Colleagues will remember that government said to us the primary reason for us not being in the priority programme for devolution to bring more money to our community, more powers to our community. That's what I hope every single person in this room wants. The reason we can't do that is because of the current structure of two upper tier authorities, one being 84%, one being 16%. So doing nothing is a negative option, will mean our residents will be losing out. I also, it's intriguing, I'm not sure whether this is an attempt to be a spoke in the wheel, as some might say, to this whole process, as we've heard elsewhere in leaked videos. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, time will tell. The point that has been made by many colleagues is that this is happening, this process is happening. Unlike the mid to late 90s, which was a decision of the local people here, this is a decision made by the Labour government, and one which I support as a principle because actually unitary authorities work. Nobody in this room has ever had a situation where they go, no, that's your other councillor in the last 27 years, because we have one council. So I very, very strongly will be rejecting this. I'll be voting against this. I'll be intrigued to know if he wishes to give a point of public explanation, whether he's written to Lyndon Kemcaron, council leader of KCC, to suggest that they do nothing. If Councillor Finch would like to confirm that before we vote, I'd be very happy to hear that information as well. So it is regrettable that we've had this amendment that I don't think anybody else, certainly in this side of the chamber, will be supporting. However, what it has done is given me the opportunity for a few seconds to hear those magical words from Councillor Michael Pearce that he wants Medway Council to remain. He loves Medway Council. He thinks it's a great thing. He wouldn't be voting for this if he didn't think otherwise. I look forward to repeating that at every opportunity I have as a proud leader of Medway Council. And let's be clear, whatever happens, this is a serious point, whatever happens, Medway the place won't go away. It will be here forever, and I'm very proud of it.
Thank you, Councillor. We come now to the vote for the amendment. Those in favour? Yeah. Thank you. Those against, please. The amendment's lost. Thank you, members. We move now back to the original motion. Councillor Croser, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for proposing the motion. Mr Mayor and members, we gather this evening to deliberate on a matter of profound significance for both our residents and the future of local governance. Of course, the ongoing debate surrounding local government reorganisation and devolution. And whilst the executive decision regarding the submission to the Secretary of State is with the Cabinet in a few days, tonight offers a vital opportunity for each of us to contribute our individual perspective and collective wisdom. Mr Mayor, I'd like to thank Richard and the team for the immense amount of work they have completed over the last few months in preparing this report for us. Mr Mayor, I also believe that it is imperative that we seize this moment to articulate the needs and aspirations of the communities we serve, but free from partisan constraints, allowing members to express their views unwhipped, much like the independent group, would provide the Cabinet with an unfiltered, honest and truly representative steer on this critical matter. Above all, our duty is first and foremost to our residents, and I believe an unburdened voice serves those residents best. Mr Mayor, the Government's vision for English devolution outlined in its White Paper is ambitious: to decentralise power, stimulate economic growth, enhance public services and mitigate regional disparities. This includes granting local authorities greater autonomy over the vital areas such as transport, housing and skills. Yet whether these aspirations will translate into genuine cost savings, improved efficiency or indeed the elevated public services we all strive to deliver remains a challenge we must actively shape and not merely observe. Mr Mayor, as an existing unitary authority, the initial phase of widespread unitary reform across the country will not fundamentally alter our internal operational structure. However, the proposed changes will profoundly reshape our external landscape. We are poised to double the number of residents we serve and, more importantly, fundamentally change the nature of the geographical area we control and are entrusted to steward. This is where our unique local insight becomes invaluable. Mr Mayor, Kent is famously known as the Garden of England, but along its northern boundary lies a truly exceptional landscape, the North Kent Marshes. This unique estuarine environment is recognised internationally and nationally for its pivotal position in the North Atlantic Flyway and forms the most southern boundary to the potential UNESCO World Heritage Site. To bring this entire irreplaceable estuarine landscape from the tip of Dartford to the Coast Guard cottages at Laysdown within the jurisdiction of a single unitary authority presents a transformative opportunity. It would allow for cohesive, integrated planning and environmental management, foster greater awareness, protection and celebration of our wonderful natural and rural heritage. It is a chance to ensure true unified stewardship of one of the nation's most precious environmental assets. Therefore, Mr Mayor, I urge colleagues tonight to speak with clarity and conviction. Let our opinions reflect the genuine commitment to robust local governance, community prosperity and the integrated long-term stewardship of our natural environment. Mr Mayor, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Joya, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did try and get the piece of information that I required before we went back to Councillor Finch, but we live in a democracy. Although I didn't vote for any of this government, I've actually just found the piece on page 40 of their manifesto for the general election. This Labour government said they were going to bring in powers coming out of Westminster going to local areas, which is devolution, is part of this LGR. Although I never voted for any MP that sits in the Labour government, the majority of people in this country did. So the people of this country got to choose whether they wanted a Labour government promising devolution or one of the other forms of parties that maybe didn't. So regardless of how I voted, democracy stated the majority of people wanted what was in that manifesto. Although I don't agree with the principles of 4D, mainly due to the cost implications and the 3A having a better turnaround and lower cost overall. At the end of the day, we live in a democracy, and we are lucky in this country to live in a democracy. And I do support LGR, and I do support making sure that we have a voice. Whether we agree on that voice or members decide to vote in a different way, that is down for members. But no one can say that people weren't given this option when they voted at the general election in 2024. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Turpin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have concerns. With regards to population sizes within 4D, with a difference of almost 250,000 between the north, of which Medway will be part of, and the smallest in the west. While this is not necessarily the be-all and end-all, it does highlight how overpopulated our area is. The north is the smallest geographical area, yet the highest population. While maps are not necessarily the strongest guidelines, as housing is sometimes not suitable in certain areas, it does highlight an important concern, especially when considering local plans and development within these different areas. This reorganisation is going to majorly impact this and potentially put bigger strains on services of some unitaries compared to others. I have concerns about the local government reorganisation as a whole. Reasons for carrying this out, this highly expensive process, I'm not sure is going to pay off. The administration has been highlighting the underfunding of local government for some years now, and I think the government would have better spent public funds by increasing funding to things such as adult social care. Although there may be savings long term with economy of scale, my concern is this will be too far forward and will actually have a detriment to residents at a time when finances are already tight. Ultimately, the Secretary of State will have the final say, and we should send a strong message of keeping the status quo and not wasting public funds. The government does U-turns after all. And as a point of personal clarification, as some members may point out, I did support the administration's desire to move forward with a business case for 4D when it came to business support. And while I may not agree with the proposal, I'm not naive enough to think that any change will come out of this evening, and therefore agreed with them aiming to put forward the best proposal they want for the sake of Medway residents. As Councillor Joy has stated, that's democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other members showing, so I go back to the seconder, Councillor Murray, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. And look, genuinely, thank you to everybody, because for the most part, I think this has been an interesting debate. We've had a sort of sentimental journey down a Roman road, aired all the old grudges about Gillingham Council. In fact, I was tempted to propose that we reconvene that last meeting just to see what happened, as far as that's concerned. And in some ways, I understand why 3 unitary authorities seems to be attractive, but it isn't if you take into account the need to future-proof all of the new unitaries. They will all grow in population. So if we only have 3 and the population expands, they will be even bigger, and that's not where I want to be. What 4D does is give us the opportunity to make sure that we build on all of the good that Medway has achieved over the last 25 years. Absolutely that we use our skills and experience to help the other unitary authorities. And for anyone who thinks that nothing is going to happen towards the transition, that's already starting now. People are asking about what's going to happen now. People are meeting now about what they can do. Our officers and officers from other unitary authorities are getting together to think about how they can make things work. They are excited about this. They're interested in the opportunities that it's going to bring. They can see that for them, this is going to be something that will be absolutely career-changing as well as making things better for our residents. I understand what Councillor Wildey said about adult social care, but actually in the configuration that we're offering for 4D, things will be better. It won't displace people across a wide area, but it does give us a chance to think about what assets we've got in North Kent in the 4D shape, and that will be something that we need to do along with some of the other proposals that we're going to hear about later tonight. 4 unitary authorities gives us a chance to align closely with the existing health and care partnerships. That's important. They are there. We need to work with them, and in particular, very, very keen to make sure that we work with all of our residents in our most challenged areas and tackle health inequality. Our proposal, far from being expensive or overplayed, is extremely thoroughgoing. The financial section of it is absolutely exemplary. The consultants, KPMG, have said so. They have admired the tenacity and thoroughness of our officers in putting together the submission, and I do commend, as Councillor Maple did, all of the officers, you, Chief Executive, in particular as well, Leanne Farrock, who has led this process with officers, our colleagues in public health intelligence who have made sure that our submission contains factual information that can take us into the future, not just because we've been told to, but because we want to. We want Medway to have a good future. We want to build on our legacy. And really, some of the things that were said about the ancient boundaries and the villages, you know, they're there. No one's going to disrupt them or hurt them. There will be new arrangements under the government's plans for communities to get involved. And I don't think they're the kind of boundaries that are at the top of people's minds. They're at the top of ours because we know this is an opportunity to make sure that Medway and whoever we join up with is best placed to face the future, to get those economies of scale, to promote investment, to get ready for devolution, to really be a modern, forward-looking area that will be attractive to investment. And certainly, if we resile into the status quo, I'm afraid doing nothing really is doing nothing. And I'm not sure where anybody who supported that was coming from. We will just be steamrolled over by a government department and not give our residents a voice at all. We've got an opportunity to engage residents in the consultation. We can all do that in any way we like. We can explain ourselves. We can hold meetings. We can go out and talk to people. We can have whatever we want to make sure that people understand why this is an inherently good thing. So, for the sincerity of 3A, have a think about the fact that those unitary authorities would just get bigger, and that wouldn't be a good thing. We want to have that good old mantra, and if it was Rod Moore that came up with that, good luck to him. You know, big enough to matter, small enough to care. Everyone in this room knows that as a unitary authority, we are close to our residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Come back to the proposer now, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark, and genuinely thank you to every single member for their contributions throughout this debate tonight. We've been going for nearly 2 hours, but it's been worthwhile because this is such a huge issue. I just want to pick up on the point that Councillor Lammas made around why aren't we focused on everything else. So after I got up bright and early for a radio interview, I got onto some proper work, so I was dealing with colleagues from everything from the Kent and Medway Economic Partnership, looking at how we're managing the Household Support Fund, looking closely at how we're dealing with our finances, looking closely at how we're dealing with democracy and governance. So rest assured, business as usual is happening, and you can times that for everybody in the Cabinet. And actually, those cross-party groups that we have, I was pleased to be with the Chief Executive at the Corporate Parenting Board earlier this week. So business as usual is happening, rest assured. I want to pick up on the speeches that have been made in that final section. Councillor Crozer, I agree with every word you've said. And actually, one of the things which is not, should not be underplayed is that point around the coast. And I think actually critically important, and I know particularly my friend and colleague Councillor Curry has made that point with us in Cabinet and elsewhere. As both Councillor Joy and Councillor Turpin raised, the point of democracy is important, and therefore it is right. Yes, Councillor Finch, you are right to say, and I thank the Chair of Business Support for recognising there's no call-in, because actually we're having this meeting tonight. We're not obliged to have this meeting. We didn't have to do this. We've chosen to do this as an administration to give everybody here the opportunity. That's the right thing to do. So, friends, it's time to move to the vote here. We will be, of course, voting on option 4D, and then our Cabinet will be considering all of the conversation and contributions that have been made tonight. We then go and make a submission with our 13 other colleagues. No other council in Kent is proposing do nothing. I don't agree with some of the other councils. I believe other councils in Kent may be supporting 4D. We'll find out what happens over the next couple of weeks. There will be, importantly, and I'm really proud of this, a supporting letter from all 14 councils endorsing this process and, importantly, endorsing the need for devolution for our region, critically important. So, once again, I thank everybody for their contributions tonight. I thank, through you, Richard, every single officer that's been involved in this. But it's time to get to the vote. It's time to get forward with local government reorganisation. It's time for Kent Reimagined, bold, new local government for the next generation. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you, members. We come now to the vote. This is in favour of the proposal. See a show 4, please. And against, please. The motion is carried. I will now close this meeting. We will move straight to the business on the next special meeting agenda. This is to consider a report regarding the appointment of the Assistant Director, Culture and Community. We've already covered off apologies for absence, so I move to agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest or any other significant interest from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. Thank you, members. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I'm hoping this item doesn't take 2 hours like the previous meeting. This is a council technicality, but an important one. There are a handful of roles in Medway Council where the total remuneration package could raise to over £100,000, and therefore it is appropriate that we bring any of those such roles to this council for formal agreement. As we heard at the last council meeting back in October, our Assistant Director for Culture and Community will be stepping down later this year, and we thank him once again for his service. The process is ongoing, but we're seeking formal agreement from Council to move forward for this process. So it is a technical report, and I therefore move. Thank you.
Is that supported? Councillor Purvick, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I'm delighted to support the recommendations as set out and as set out by the leader, and looking forward to being part of the process. And I know my colleague, Shadow Cabinet Member, Councillor Lawrence, is also looking forward to being part of the process of the appointment of a new Assistant Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Crozer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, can I pay tribute to Paul for his service to this council? I understand that he's retiring next month, and we wish him well for the future, of course. Mr. Mayor, with the work on the local plan entering its final phase, incorporating Medway's cultural offer and stewardship of Medway's unique heritage asset is essential. We recruit a new assistant Director of Culture and Community as soon as possible, and will fully support the motion.
Thank you. No other member? I go back to the proposer.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to Councillor Perfect for seconding, and thank you to Councillor Crozer for his warm remarks about Mark Brethwick, and also the endorsement, recognising particularly the critical timing of this for our council, not least with local plan processes ongoing. So very happy to move. Thank you.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you. I'll now ask the Civic Ceremonial Officer to come forward and tilt the mace so we can close this meeting, and we will then take a 15-minute break before starting the reconvened meeting. Will members please stand? Thank you. Please sit, ladies and gentlemen. Our Civic and Ceremonial Officer has placed the mace back into position to allow us to start the reconvened council meeting, which was adjourned on Thursday, 16th of October. And may I just take this moment to send Councillor Spring's best greetings to everyone. He's very grateful for the kindness and thoughts shown towards him. He's recovering well, and we hope to have him back with us in a couple of weeks' time. We've already dealt with agenda items 1 to 11 and item 13. This leaves item 12 and items 14 to 21 to deal with this evening. For the avoidance of doubt and for everyone's benefit tonight, can members please indicate again if they wish to make any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests from members of the council for the remaining agenda items. I have none showing. Thank you. Turning to agenda item 12, before I ask Councillor Murray to make a proposal, the council has recommended to resolve to exclude the press and public during consideration of any information contained in the exempt appendix to this item as set out in item 21 on page 311 of the agenda, on the basis that the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. However, we will proceed to debate this item in open session unless any member indicates they wish to refer to information contained in the blue pages, at which point I will ask the council to vote on excluding the press and public. If we do resolve to exclude the press and public, I will ask that the public gallery is cleared and that the live stream broadcast is paused during the closed debate. Will any member intend to speak to the blue pages? Thank you. Councillor Murray, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Care for Medway 2.0. I hope that all members will feel able to support Care for Medway. And as you will see from the report, there's been a great deal of careful consideration leading up to our decision this evening. And I wish to place on record my thanks to council officers in adult social care, especially those in commissioning, for the enthusiasm and commitment to this important project they've shown. If members are thinking that this is a bold step, it definitely is. And if you're concerned that we can't afford to do it, let me tell you, we can't afford not to, and here's why. The biggest group in our population who are growing at this time is the over 65s, closely followed by over 85s. And since the greatest risk of developing dementia is ageing, we are struggling to accommodate our residents who sadly become complex dementia patients needing specialist residential care. Just now, we have people waiting every week to find care home places that they need, casting them and their families into stressful circumstances while they wait for a safe placement and leaving the council exposed to an increasingly fraught market. The new care home will disrupt the market, set a gold standard for social care and help us make the whole system work more effectively by strengthening our ability to support hospital discharges. The new care home will be big and beautiful, a sustainable building of the highest standards because we're mindful that we are building not a facility but a home for those who will live there. It will see Innovation Park Medway put to good use as a great location at last. We'll have 40 complex dementia beds and 40 short-term beds, facilities for reablement, helping those who can return home to regain their independence. There will be excellent conditions for staff, space for training and development and use of assistive technology to enhance care and security, and of course, unlike in the past, we'll have a strategy for depreciation and refurbishment. Furthermore, the council will be protected against failure of other homes because we will be able confidently to step in and pick up anyone who is displaced. This is not the first time the council has owned a care home. The last administration sadly sold those we had on the grounds that paying for empty beds was uneconomic. Yet a quick scan of our own public health intelligence data would have told them what was coming. Members uncertain about council ownership now should be mindful of a new report ending extraction in the UK care system published today and written jointly by the Centre for Local Economic Strategies, the Centre for Thriving Places, Cooperatives UK and the New Economics Foundation. The report shows how private companies operating in just 3 English regions have taken £250 million in profits out of the care system there in 3 short years, with more than a third going to private equity or offshore registered company. We will invest profit into services, not shareholders' pockets or CEOs' inflated wages. This proposal also gives social care the economic respect and status it deserves as one of our biggest growth areas with strong potential for job creation. Care is a profession whose lovely human faces will never be replaced by AI, but one that can benefit from technological change and indeed is capable of leading it. Our staff know how to run things, they share our ambitions for those we care for, and deserve our support to use their skills and expertise to care for Medway.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor MacDonald, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am pleased to formally second Councillor Theresa Murray's proposal this evening to offer my wholehearted support for what is without question one of the most important and compassionate projects Medway has considered in recent years. The Care for Medway feasibility study sets out a clear and credible path for us to build and operate a council-owned care home, a facility designed first and foremost around the needs of our residents rather than the demands of the marketplace. This is a project that speaks directly to the heart of our community. It recognises that too many of our older residents, particularly those living with dementia, struggle to find high-quality care close to home. Too often families are separated by distance at precisely the time when closeness matters most. We can and must do better for the people we serve. This proposal gives us that opportunity, an 80-bed care home providing residential and nursing care for those living with dementia, along with enablement and respite spaces to support people returning home from hospital, and to give carers that vital rest and support. It represents not just an investment in infrastructure, but an investment in people, in dignity, in well-being, and in the principle that everyone in Medway should have access to safe, compassionate and high-quality care within their own community. We know from the data that demand for dementia and nursing care will rise sharply, by almost 40% by 2040. If we do nothing, we will face mounting pressures, limited capacity, and more out-of-area placements that isolate residents from their loved ones. By acting now, we are planning responsibly for Medway's future, and this project also sets the standard for how public services should be delivered with care sustainability and with long-term value in mind. Yes, it's a major financial commitment, but it's a moral one too. That is what local government should do: step in where the market cannot, provide stability where others will not, and place community at the centre of everything we build. Through this initiative, Mr Mayor, Medway Council will not only increase capacity, but also raise the bar for the quality of care across our area. So, Mr Mayor, I'm proud to second this proposal. It is a bold, thoughtful and forward-looking decision, one that will make a lasting difference to the lives of our residents and their families. That is what Care for Medway truly means: care that is local, compassionate and built around our community, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wildy, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't be speaking about the finance. I will leave that to my colleague. When I first heard of the idea of building a 40-bed residential care home, I said that it would need to be bigger to be viable. So I'm very pleased that you've doubled the size of that home that was first considered. But at page 103 at 4.5, you say that this care home will be split into many different uses. The first floor for those living with dementia. I have concerns that if this floor is for dementia only, you will be moving residents from all over Medway, and by the time this is built, we're talking about the North Kent Authority, whatever its name is. So the local may not apply. They may be still coming from a fair distance. Residents already in care homes should be left in familiar surroundings, familiar staff, etc., as is seen in best practice. People who go from their home into dementia care should, if possibly, be kept locally to their family, as I've just mentioned. This is why the best home cares cater for different levels of need, so that personal care is provided as the need arises. The second floor is planned to cater for residential nursing care, including working-age adults, respite care, reablement, short-term placements and assessment beds, not forgetting that some private patients will use both floors. This sounds all things possible, jack of all trades, master of none, and states this would drive up standards. By the time the building is built, we will have local government reorganisation. Take this into account and our demographics. This will mean that an expensive cost, this building will cater for less than 1% of the authority's residential dementia or care needs. In my view, it will provide better care and better management if all of the 80 beds are used for residential care and dementia care, moving the patients as they need into the dementia care areas, but both floors working together. In my view, this scheme needs much more thought as to the best way forward before spending millions on this. But it is overall a good idea. I believe everybody accepts that it's a very expensive idea, but it will only be for a few...
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, please.
I didn't...
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will focus not on the need or the idea of a gold standard care home, but before I do, just a few areas of concern. As Councillor Wildey said, this care home will not be built before the local government reorganisation, so it will not just be for Medway residents, but whatever residents the LGR combines at Medway's cost. The report suggests that the cost to deliver the care would necessitate charges that would be significantly more than Medway Council's current band rates. So why would we build a care home that need rates that we are not prepared to pay for our residents' care currently? But the biggest concern is the 37 million being asked to be added to the capital budget, together with a further 7 million for the IPM, making an additional 44 million being added to the capital budget. The estimated interest and repayment of these loans is expected to be 2.7 million a year, which in turn into a cost expected to the region of 136 million over the next 50 years. Simply put, we can't afford it. The closing balance for capital borrowing at the end of the Conservative administration stood at 437 million. The current estimate for this financial year is already 655 million. That's around a 50% increase in borrowing already on the capital budget. We cannot sustain this level of borrowing. The credit cards are maxed out. The feasibility study focused on the Council's ambition for a high-quality care facility which would set a gold standard for care delivery in the area and operate as a centre for excellence. In summary, the report suggests that whilst the costs to deliver care would be significantly more than Medway Council's current band rates, so why would we build a care home with rates higher than we're prepared to pay? This would just add more pressure to an already strained revenue budget and ultimately potential more EFS. So our group will not be supporting this proposal tonight, not because of the care that it's going to be offered to residents, but due to the financial situation we find ourselves in as a council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My father chased his dream, retired to Spain, and on a visit back, became ill, was hospitalised, and stayed in hospital because there was no sufficient respite care. What was the cost of him taking up that bed, not being available because we didn't have the facilities? He went to respite care, and soon after we were able to get supported living, which is great. They've got their own flats. You've got a team that comes in. There's emergencies. I can visit. Yeah, I became his main carer. As a family, we always knew what was round the corner. And yes, he was taken by dementia. And you see it in someone you love get worse and worse until that day when you make that decision. Yes, they do need residential care. And it took time to get a place. And yeah, it's a private home, we've got to pay for it. But you do think, hang on a minute, are they more worried about the money they're making? There were occasions when we had to, as a family, query the care. I will fully support this proposal because we do need it. We need to have not just respite and residential, but we do need critical dementia beds for those people that need it, because it does provide a certain amount of dignity until ultimately, yeah, it happens. You know what's going to happen at the end. And I was grateful that we were able to find a facility because it took a massive load away from me as the main carer. The one person that will go down, gets called to go down to collect your father because he's in his dressing gown pointing a TV remote at the bus station, because that's what this disease does. And I can appreciate, and it's always useful when other members highlight and make us aware of costs and what might happen and everything else. But similarly, when this administration wanted to buy properties for our homeless, the Conservatives wanted to delay. And on that occasion, I disagree with them. Why? Because, yeah, personal experience, I was a day away from being homeless. On this one, I appreciate they raised the concerns about financing and borrowing and everything else. But once again, I disagree with them. We need this facility as soon as possible. We need it because ultimately there will be a cost saving. And therefore, from a personal point of view, Mr. Mayor, I will most definitely support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick out three key points about this proposal, if I may, and how important it is. And I'll just state from the start that I'll certainly be voting in favour of this. Firstly, one of the things that we picked up when we came into the administration 2.5 or so years ago, were there were some serious problems at IPM that needed to be resolving. Those problems have now been resolved, overcome, and this is about taking that site forward. The investment in that site is crucial, and this is part of this investment. So this money will not be wasted from that point of view, because it is investment in a hugely important regeneration site for Medway. I think the other aspect there is about our local plan. We've now published the draft. We're taking it off to the government for final decision and adoption next year. And very clearly, our population, with 24,500 new homes coming our way in the next 15 years, is going up by at least 50,000, if not more people, just for Medway. Never mind what happens when we go through LGR and the growth that's happening in our neighbouring authorities as well. So I think we need to be very conscious, and I think the demographic calculation is something like an increase of about 11% in those people over the age of 65 within that population that's coming our way. So we have to plan for the future, and that's what this scheme is also about, planning for the future, investing in the future. And then finally, and probably most importantly, are the dreaded words delayed discharge, which so many families, and including people here in this room, as we've just heard from Councillor Spalding, who, and it's called bed blocking in sort of more sort of colloquial phrase. So many families have heard that said for a loved one who's in hospital at the moment, and then suddenly there's nowhere for them to go. And those hospital stays drag on for weeks. And that's the kind of thing that this scheme is planning to help overcome. Contribute. It won't solve the problem completely, but it will certainly contribute hugely to that. So there's all these reasons why this investment is so important. And the do-nothing option for this part of our community, again, we've had a big discussion about do-nothing options, and we know that's not an option. It's not an option here. We need to do something about this problem. If we don't tackle it now, it won't be tackled for another 10 years. And that's what this project is all about. our role in that to tackle this serious problem, hugely emotional, hugely difficult for so many people in our community. And this is what this is all. And we trust the professionals involved who are taking this forward to design and produce the building that is fit for the future. It's even a carbon zero building, which is brilliant from my perspective and from us all as well. We've discussed in detail how important it is to go forward and plan for the future, for the new future that we've got coming, whatever the LGR picture looks like. And this is part of this future planning and making it a better place for the people of Medway.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I am delighted to be able to support it. And Councillor Spalding makes a good point. He talks about a real person. This is about real people. And this is going to help real people. All of us in this room have had experiences of either relations, people we know, clients, whatever, suffering with the kind of illness that people in this new facility will have, basically. So we've got the health and the dignity of the people. But what I wanted to go back to was, yes, it's expensive, but it has so many benefits. I thank Councillor Curry for actually talking about those benefits that aren't directly related to health. But they are directly related to health, because if we regenerate an area, it's better for everybody in that area and coming into it. And I'd like to remind members, especially those that are on audit, that when they challenged the Chief Operating Officer about the rise in capital spending, and I want to make the point that capital spending is not spending, it's investing. And one particular councillor on the Conservative side will remember that the Chief Operating Officer said, the concern isn't about when we invest and we have an asset. This is to create an asset. So look at the benefits, not just the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and I'll be supporting this proposal, and I want to place on record my thanks particularly both to officers but for my friend and Deputy Leader for her tireless work on this project, working with other members of the Cabinet for all the reasons laid out in the paper. And I think it's important that we place on record how the councillors vote tonight, so I'll be calling for a recorded vote at the end of this process. Mayor Clark, we've heard some personal testimony from individuals, and this is, of course, important to remember that at the heart of this, 292,000 individual stories are ultimately what we are here to support, to recognise, and to try and improve the outcomes for. And as others have said, this won't be a panacea to a national problem. The issue of care, delayed discharge, and all of the things wrapped around that. But it is about saying, actually, we can do something or we can do nothing. And actually, we're going to do something. So from my perspective, I'm really proud that we're bringing this forward. More through luck than anything else, other unitary authorities and upper tier authorities have had to deal with the market failing. In a previous life, when I worked for the GMB trade union, I had to support both workers but also families and councils who had Four Seasons and Southern Cross operating in their area, and the market failed. And at the end of that, it wasn't the hedge fund owners who were worried and concerned, it was the hard-working staff, the residents that they were supporting, and their families. This is a way to insulate our residents and their families from further market failure in this area, because I fear that we're not at a position where we can guarantee that won't be the case. We've been lucky in Medway, like I say, that we didn't particularly have dealings with those two particular organisations, which for other councils of our side had a massive impact on their social care provision. So I will be very proudly supporting this. As others said in the previous 2 council meetings ago, as it is now, we need business as usual. We need to be getting on with doing stuff for the people of Medway. We're not going to be standing still for 3 years, and this is part of that tonight. So I'll be proud to vote for this in a recorded vote at the end of the debate. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. I have no member showing. I'll go back to the proposer, Councillor Murray.
Mayor Clark, and thank you to everybody for their contributions. And I'm really sad to hear that the Conservatives are going to be voting against this, because Councillor Brown is right. This is about investment. It's not about spend, spend, spend. This is about investing to save, investing in the future, investing in our own people. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Wildey, and of course, every person who ever goes there may not be a Medway resident. That's the case now with all of the partners that we work with. We have to find places where they're available, when they're available. What this will do is help expand what we've got available and make it more likely that people in Medway can do what we all agree is desirable, and that's stay close to home. There is no reason why the public sector can't be market leaders. There's no reason why we can't be the innovators, the builders, the people who lead others, the ones who care about innovation, who are prepared to develop employment. We're good at it. There are people in this council who are absolutely incredibly professional, expert. That's said to me every time we have the Social Care Improvement Board, how good our staff are, how good the reports that we write are, that they never have to reject one or feel that it hasn't been done with the utmost thoroughness. And Councillor Hackwell, look, there was a long fallow period, I'm afraid, under your administration where there just wasn't enough investment. And there wasn't enough investment in depreciation of any buildings. And what's more, you didn't sell any of the ones that you didn't want. We've had to pick that up. And this is part of it. It's part of change. It's part of moving forward. It's a good investment. And it means that public money being spent will stay in the public purse. Yes, it will take time to come back. But in the time it takes to come back, at least we'll be assured that more people than we are standing here today have got somewhere decent to go and have got somewhere decent to work. I'm very passionate about this. I think it's incredibly important. I want everybody who's in a care home to be in a gold standard care home. We can be the leaders. We can be the builders. We can be the ones who show the way. Care for Medway is part of that. It's about being ambitious for the people we represent, ambitious for the people who might need our care in the future, and ambitious for our workforce, that we're prepared to invest in them. So I hope that people will think about supporting this. Perhaps you could change your mind based on the debate that you've heard, and look forward to a future when we open that care home of the things that can flow from it as well. And the last thing I would say is that our partners who are providers, and I attend the provider meeting nearly every month for long periods of time, they are supportive of this. They don't see it as competition. They understand
So Murray,
that we
time
need
is up.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will call each member in turn and ask whether you are voting for or against the proposal or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Garoon. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Mahill. Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr Mayor, the motion is carried.
The proposal is carried. Now come to agenda item 14, the adoption of updated bylaws to regulate acupuncture, tattooing, electrolysis, semi-permanent skin colouring, cosmetic and ear piercing. Councillor MacDonald, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Chair of the Licensing and Safety Committee, I am pleased to introduce this report recommending the adoption of updated model bylaws to regulate acupuncture, tattooing, electrolysis, semi-permanent skin colouring, cosmetic piercing, ear piercing within Medway. These bylaws replace two sets of regulations originally made by the City of Rochester upon Medway and adopted by this council at its formation in 1998. They have served us well, but they now need updating. The treatments covered by these bylaws have changed considerably in recent decades, and so to have the standards expected in hygiene, infection control and public protection. The updated model bylaws issued by the Department of Health reflect modern practice and current public health guidance. They also ensure consistency with neighbouring authorities that have already adopted the same standards, giving clarity and fairness to local businesses operating within this sector. Mr Mayor, our Licensing and Safety Committee considered this matter at its meeting in August. The committee noted the importance of maintaining strong and up-to-date safeguards for both practitioners and clients. We agreed unanimously that adopting the new consolidated bylaws would strengthen public confidence and modernise our regulatory framework without placing additional costs or burdens on businesses. Mr Mayor, this is ultimately about ensuring that residents who choose to access these services in Medway can do so safely and confidently, and that local practitioners continue to work within clear, consistent and fair rules. Therefore, on behalf of the committee, I commend this proposal to Council and invite members to support the recommendations before them this evening. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Got this on. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to second the proposal this evening, and I also thank the committee for its unanimous decision at Licensing and Safety Committee. As the Vice Chair of the Licensing and Safety Committee, I know how important it is that our regulations reflect the world that we live in today. The treatments covered by these bylaws, from tattooing to cosmetic piercing, have changed a great deal since the original rules were written. Updating them is not only practical but essential for protecting both the public and the professionals who provide these services. These new bylaws from the Department of Health bring the Medway in line with the national standards and neighbouring authorities. They strengthen public health safeguards, ensure consistency and give local businesses the clarity they deserve, as Councillor MacDonald pointed out. This is about keeping people safe, supporting responsible practitioners and making sure that Medway remains a well-regulated and trusted place to live and work. I'm proud to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And in Councillor Fern's absence, I'm just pleased to say on behalf of the Conservative Group, fully associate ourselves with the words of the Chair and Vice Chair of the Committee and fully support the recommendations as laid out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other member showing. Back to Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Nothing else to add. Thank you very much, everyone.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Agenda item 15, Councillor Conduct. Councillor MacDonald, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report sets out the findings and recommendations of the Councillor Conduct Committee following its consideration of a complaint against Councillor Spalding. Members will be aware that our monitoring officer works hard to resolve complaints against councillors informally where that is appropriate and always in accordance with our agreed procedures. Only when a complaint meets the threshold for formal consideration does it come before the Councillor Conduct Committee. Even then, the committee's priority is to resolve issues constructively through proportionate and fair remedies. To give some context, this was the first complaint referred for full investigation since 2022. Most matters are dealt with under delegated authority by the monitoring officer. Referral to investigation is reserved for only the most serious cases. The complaint in this case arose from Councillor Spalding's involvement in a local dispute between a resident and the trustees of a village hall. During that involvement, Councillor Spalding sent a series of emails and letters which the complainant found intimidating and threatening. The investigation conducted independently by the Deputy Monitoring Officer reviewed extensive correspondence, nearly 400 pages in total, and both the complainant and Councillor Spalding were given the opportunity to be heard. After a full hearing on the 13th of August and having considered the evidence and the advice of the independent person, the committee found that Councillor Spalding had breached the Councillor Code of Conduct as set out in paragraph 5.6 of the covering report, specifically by conducting himself in a manner which could reasonably be regarded as bringing the council and his position into disrepute and bullying and harassing a member of the public. The committee took considerable time that evening to first consider the council's request to defer the hearing before carefully and methodically reaching its decision. It concluded that the language and tone of Councillor Spalding's communications were inappropriate, aggressive and intimidating, and gave the impression that he was acting on behalf of Medway Council when in fact he had no authority to do so. He made repeated demands for documents, issued veiled threats of legal or police action and acted far beyond the remit of a ward councillor. This behaviour was found to be wholly unacceptable and significantly below the standards expected of an elected member of this council. Along with the censure of the committee also asked Councillor Spalding to do two things, Mr Mayor. Send a sincere and fulsome letter of apology to the complainant to be approved first by myself as chair, and undertake further training on the Code of Conduct with the monitoring officer. However, as set out in section 6 of the report, Councillor Spalding has not completed with any of those directions. The deadline for doing so was the 3rd of October 2025. As chairperson of the Conduct Committee, it gives me no pleasure in presenting this report to you this evening. But we must all remember that each of us is bound by the members' Code of Conduct, which is founded on the 7 principles of public life. The committee will always act proportionately and fairly, but it will also act decisively when behaviour falls short of the standards expected of those in public office. None of us in this chamber is above those standards, Mr Mayor. Members, I ask that you confine your comments this evening to the information set out in the report and its appendices. We are not here to reopen the complaint or to re-examine the evidence. We are here to determine whether to endorse the recommendation made by the committee. Since the committee's decision, Councillor Spalding has not, I will repeat, has not provided an apology or demonstrated an understanding of the seriousness of the findings. Members, the Code of Conduct exists to protect the integrity of this council and the trust that residents place in us. We are all expected to treat others with total respect and to exercise the responsibilities of our office with humility, fairness and constant professionalism. When a councillor's behaviour undermines that trust, the council must act. The sanction of censure is the strongest measure available to us, Mr Mayor, and it is both appropriate and proportionate in this case. Therefore, on behalf of the Councillor Conduct Committee, I move the following recommendation. To censure Councillor Spalding as set out in recommendation 1.1 of the report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Is that supported? Councillor Kemp, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Mr Mayor, if I may. I will be brief, Mr Mayor, for no other reason in that we have been compelled to waste too many man-hours on this regrettable incident. For reasons known only to himself, Councillor Spalding took upon himself to assume the role of an advocate or an arbiter. Other than his declared work in legal forensics, there is no publicly listed formal legal qualification, such as a law degree, solicitor status, or any professional accreditation in his name. Through you, Mr Mayor, could Councillor Spalding clarify what formal qualifications or professional accreditations underpin his expertise in legal forensics, and whether this includes recognised credentials in forensic science, legal medicine or expert witness training, and if not, on what basis is the title being used? I would submit, Mr Mayor, that Councillor Spalding's conduct is more aligned to that of a barrack room lawyer than an elected representative. When invited to desist, he declined. When asked to apologise, he declined. His behaviour falls wholly outside the remit of his duties as a councillor and undermines the integrity of the office he holds. Moreover, Mr Mayor, his actions have been formally and independently investigated and found to be insulting, intimidating and offensive towards the resident. Such conduct is not only unbecoming, it is reckless, reprehensible and incompatible with the standards expected of a public servant. Finally, it must be noted that Councillor Spalding has shown no indication of regret or remorse. In fact, quite the opposite. The 6-page document that he issued today is testament to this. I submit, therefore, that his behaviour warrants censure and condemnation in the strongest possible terms, and I urge members of the Council to endorse the decision of the Councillor Conduct Committee as recommended by Councillor MacDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will invite Councillor Spalding to speak at the end of the debate prior to Councillor MacDonald summing up. Councillor Mrs Turpin, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge the seriousness with which the committee approached this matter. The role of the committee is not political, it is to uphold the integrity of the standards process, ensure fairness to all parties and protect public confidence in this council's governance. The committee carefully examined the evidence. The committee found unanimously that the councillor breached the Code of Conduct in 2 respects, by acting in a manner that brought the council and his office into disrepute and by engaging in behaviour which constituted bullying and harassment. The tone and content of several emails were inappropriate, intimidating and inconsistent with the standards expected of an elected representative. It is important to emphasise that the committee reached this conclusion only after a full and careful consideration. Every opportunity was given for the councillor to resolve the matter informally and to apologise to the complainant. My only reservation is with regards to the councillor's appeal for a delay due to ill health. I am aware some members wanted to defer and I think this would have been more appropriate. However, the evidence was still present for the committee. I'm sure the committee does not recommend censure lightly and only when they are satisfied that the conduct represents a clear breach of the trust placed in a councillor by their residents and by this council as a whole. Residents must be able to approach their elected representatives without fear of intimidation or misuse of power, and for that reason I will support the recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other members showing. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There are procedures, as we heard, for councillor conduct complaints, screening, investigation. These were not followed. And they were in the papers. Paragraph 10, the investigator will contact any witnesses to establish the facts. Did not happen, even though I asked for them. Village Hall committee members, parish councillors, even the complainant's own advocate, who has now produced a damning statement against her, was not contacted. Evidence in support of key elements of the complaint were not obtained, even though I asked for them. And I quote, Councillor Spalding continued to contact the complainant, including visiting the nursery, despite being requested to do so. I will tell you now, members, that did not happen. Are people suggesting I'm really that stupid? The investigating officer writes, and I quote, I note I have not seen this request, but is referred to a number of times by the complainant. So if you say something lots of times, it must be true. How ridiculous is that? The complainant did not produce these alleged requests and has never produced them, even though she's been asked for it, because what she claimed did not happen. Paragraph 12 of the procedure. The subject member shall be asked to comment on a draft report and any comments included in a final report. Did not happen. Paragraph 17. Both parties will be invited to comment on whether an informal resolution is possible. Did not happen. Paragraph 19. The subject member will be asked to confirm if they wish to attend, whether they object to any parts of the report, how they object, and if they wish to call witnesses. Yeah, I was invited to the meeting, couldn't go for legitimate reasons, but the rest of it did not happen. The subject member, paragraph 39, will be invited to address the committee on sanction. Did not happen. Tonight is not about me, members, but whether Medway Council can be trusted to get things right, including policing its own. It's about trust in this council. That's why we have overview and scrutiny. That's why we have matters put to the vote. I am truly disappointed the investigating officer and the committee not only failed to follow the procedures that laid down, but failed to ensure they had all the evidence before them for their deliberations. Tonight is an opportunity for elected members to show the public they can be trusted and say, actually, we got this wrong and we're going to make it right. I did not harass or bully anybody. That would have been shown had the procedures been followed, had the committee had all the evidence, had the witness been shown, had the documents been there, and it's all taken into context. The complaint was malicious, and now we're at this stage, it's great, because next week I issue in the King's Bench Division of the High Court proceedings for defamation against the nursery owner. We're shortly going to hear again from Councillor MacDonald, the committee chair. Perhaps he'll tell us why his committee didn't follow the procedure and why his committee did not get all the evidence before making a decision. Members, I say this process was flawed, the committee decision was flawed. Are you seriously going to say they got it right? Mr Mayor, I am obliged.
Thank you. Come back to the proposer, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I just before I go on, and I will stick very professional on this, I will repeat again, it's the first time since 2022 and it's the first censure we've ever done in this council, and we take it seriously and we don't take it lightly bringing something like that here, and we've done it because we follow procedure and we follow the rules of the committee. I want to place on record, Mr Mayor, my gratitude to the members of the Conduct Committee and from across all political groups who approach this matter always with professionalism, and we follow procedure. And it's never easy to sit in judgment of a colleague, but the committee acted with that diligence and integrity throughout. And there you have it, Mr Mayor. It's deeply unfortunate that Councillor Spalding continues to deny the committee's findings and has once again chosen to criticise professional officers and members. Those officers have acted entirely properly, impartially and in accordance with their duties under this council's constitution. Personal attacks on officers are completely unacceptable and do nothing to alter the facts or the seriousness of the conduct that was found. Councillor Spalding's actions, the tone of his communications, the language he chose and the way he presented himself as acting on behalf of this council when he had no authority to do so fell far below the standards we expect. His comments were intimidating, his actions were inappropriate and damaging to the reputation of this council. But Mr Mayor, while the councillor concerned has refused to accept those findings or apologise, we as a council can and should express regret. The complainant in this case was entitled to expect respect and professionalism from an elected member of this authority. So, Mr Mayor, even though Councillor Spalding himself has chosen not to apologise or accept his behaviour as being far below our standards, as chair of this Councillor Conduct Committee, I will, and I want to say I'm sorry to the complainant for what that individual experienced. No member of the public should ever feel intimidated or disrespected, and Councillor Spalding's actions do not reflect those or values or standards of those of this council. And I want to make it absolutely clear, Mr Mayor, that we as a council will not be tarred with the same brush. This process has never been about politics or personalities. It is about protecting the integrity of this chamber and upholding the principles of public life. By supporting this recommendation tonight, members reaffirm that commitment. We make clear to our residents that Medway Council takes standards seriously and we will always act transparently and fairly. So finally, my thanks again to members who have spoken with balance and integrity, and to the monitoring officer and the deputy monitoring officer and their team for the professionalism throughout this process, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreed, members? Thank you. We come to agenda item 16 now, the review of the Constitution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and can I thank members of the Councillor Conduct Committee for their work on the previous item. This, of course, is an item that's carried over from our summer council meeting, and I want to thank members of the cross-party working group who's been looking at governance, and for the avoidance of doubt, that involves the Labour group, the Conservative group, the Independent group and the Reform group. So there's no conversations behind closed doors, as I've heard talked about on social media and public service broadcasting. This has been an open and transparent process, a process which I think is fundamentally at the heart of what we want to do, having efficient council meetings. But absolutely, under my administration, with my cabinet, we've been clear on opening up democracy. So at normal council meetings, Mayor Clark, you will know that members of the public now have supplementary questions available to them, that for the first time in the history of Medway Council, and I'm grateful to the 39 individuals who have taken up this opportunity. People can now directly ask questions to the Cabinet in a way that they've never been able to before. Members of the public, most importantly, but also Labour councillors, Conservative councillors, Independent councillors have all taken up that opportunity. Reform UK councillors haven't. So it's very interesting that they've been given more opportunity to raise those issues and concerns and have not chosen to use it. So it'd be interesting to hear tonight what they have to say about additional opportunities. There's been some legal advice floating around over the last couple of days. And as I've said on BBC Radio Kent twice, I have strong confidence in the legal team of Medway Council. I have no doubt that this has been looked at carefully. You can see that within the papers. And let's be very, very clear. Part of the reason for this, respectfully to those who have sat in these chairs historically, we have the youngest ever cohort of councillors in Medway across the chamber. Some of us may not feel like that today, but that is true. So that means more councillors than ever before will be getting up to work tomorrow morning, and importantly, council officers will be doing so as well. We have a collective duty of care and a responsibility to streamline our meetings, to make sure that we can get to a point of doing all the business that we need to do in a way that ensures that people can go about their lives first thing on a Friday morning, as many people have to do, having left here sometimes Friday morning. So from my perspective, I'm clear. And for the avoidance of doubt, I mean, there are many different ways this is dealt with by the councils. So Bury Council has never had a judicial review against it for this. Calderdale Council has never had a judicial review against this. Rochdale Council has never had a judicial review against this. Wigan Council have never had a judicial review against this. So the threats of a judicial review, wasting far more money than, I don't know, £11,750 would be a disgrace. That would be a disgrace. So I'd urge strong caution from anyone tonight threatening to waste council taxpayers' money. Frankly, there's a strong possibility that defending a judicial review could cost more than the £105,000 that we have spent on the future of local government for our community. So bandying that around, as I've heard repeatedly, that this won't end here. This is a democratic process. We're going through our democratic process now. Is interesting. So I look forward intently to hearing what colleagues have got to say tonight. I genuinely want to thank those who participate in the cross-party governance group. That will continue to meet because there continues to be ways and means that we want to improve our governance, both here at full council, other committees, overview and scrutiny and other places, to make sure that we're doing the work that we can effectively for residents. So I'm proud of the work that's happened here. I'm proud that we've brought this forward, and I look forward to hearing the debate tonight as we move forward to a more streamlined, forward-facing, functioning council, along with the things that we've already brought into place. Medway Matters Live, being able to ask me and the Chief Executive questions directly. The ability for residents, importantly residents, to have supplementary questions. The ability for residents and councillors every month to ask Cabinet additional questions. That's what we are about, an open and transparent administration. That's why we're bringing forward further ways and means to streamline this particular set of meetings. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Is that supported? Councillor Murray, do you wish to speak now or reserve the...
Yes, I'll speak now. Thank you, Mayor Clark. And I think it's really important at the start of this, Vince, to place on record our thanks to you for your leadership and your lifelong commitment to democracy and transparency. You are not somebody who would ever seek to limit democracy, but you are somebody who would want to be fair. And this motion is about that. The motion, the part of it that we're recommending is equity plus 10%. I want to place my thanks on record to the legal officer who has produced an extremely detailed report explaining carefully all of the different options and has been with us at the working group, which was a cordial and sensible discussion, actually, as far as I was concerned. Everything about the council, traditionally and by mandate, is based on equity. In other words, the more councillors you've got, the larger a proportion of everything, including seats, is allocated to you. And as Councillor Hackwell said in one of our debates, if you don't like it, get more votes. And on that, I agree with him wholeheartedly and thank him for saying so, because it makes sense. What is being missed in all of the noise, and particularly the noise made by you, Councillor Lammas, disturbing my breakfast this morning, is that somehow people are being disadvantaged. That is not the case. We are limiting our own ability to have motions as well, because we care about our staff, we care about the public, we care about having fair access to meetings, and we want to have sensible, proportional debate that enables people not to be tired and stale at the end of a very long meeting. That is a modern way of looking at a particularly old-fashioned and long-enshrined, and long may it continue, of course, way of debating important issues. What Councillor Maple has said about all the other things that have been put in place are, of course, true. And there's lots more opportunities than there used to be for people to raise important issues. Councillor Lammas had lots of opportunities when he was a Conservative, but now he's got himself and two other people to manage. He seems to have gone a little bit over the top and decided that he's got to get a lawyer to tell him what to do. Well, good luck with that, is what I say, because the one that he asked caveated his letter saying, you might like to get legal advice about the advice in my letter, which Councillor Lammas, or, you know, I don't know if he's been called to the bar in any respect.
Thank you, Councillor.
Said this morning, that's normal.
We come now to Councillor Pearce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we see tonight is what I regard as an abuse of power by the Labour administration, supported by the Conservative so-called opposition group. Labour may attempt to gaslight the public by saying they've increased democracy by introducing questions at Cabinet, but we all know that questions are not the same as motions. Being able to table and debate a motion at every meeting is fundamental to our democracy, and Labour is removing that fundamental ability from the two smaller groups and independent member. What is absolutely clear is Labour can't be trusted with our democracy. With great power comes great responsibility, but all we see here is silly political games, gaslighting, smoke and mirrors. The Council has successfully trialled previous constitutional changes, and these have worked, resulting in meetings finishing much sooner attracting consensus from all groups, including myself. However, the proposed change to motions tonight is not even being trialled. So there is a clear inconsistent approach, leading me to wonder why the inconsistency and what's the real motive behind these changes. I'm not surprised by Labour, but I am surprised and disappointed by the Conservative so-called opposition, who are going along with this disgraceful and anti-democratic act, backslapping the Labour administration and denying local residents a voice. I very much hope the legal challenge to this decision is successful. And the truth is important, Mr Mayor. And the truth is the Labour administration was not happy with the independent group's motion on saving Chatham docks and local jobs. So Labour has decided to punish local people by reducing the ability of their democratically elected representatives to table and debate motions on their behalf. The Conservative group isn't really affected by the changes, but is supporting Labour because the smaller groups are the only ones holding this administration to account. No principles, no backbone, no opposition from the Conservative group, just backslapping. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mrs Turpin, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, just to come back to Councillor Maple with regards to the cross-party working group, it doesn't mean that we agree, and that has to stop being held against us. I'm against some of the recommendations in this report, not because I oppose making our meetings more efficient, but I believe the measures proposed would undermine the democratic foundations of this council. The heart of this report is a two-pronged attack in which the officers and lead members who compose the report don't even try to hide their motives. This isn't about efficiency, but revenge. The first prong of attack is to severely diminish the abilities of the minor parties and independents who represent many thousands of Medway residents to bring motions before the council, limiting them to one occasion per year, if they're lucky. The second, and possibly even more cynical small print, is to put censorship powers in the hands of officers and, by extension, the handful of leading lights of the ruling administration. To put powers of censorship into so few hands, and non-elected ones at that, is dangerous for democracy. Let's go back to the roots of this. I suffered severe criticism and personal pressure, not to say threats, for bringing back...
Sorry, Councillor, I've a point of order or explanation?
A point of order, I think. Mrs Turpin should apologise to officers for saying that they're part of a conspiracy associated with revenge.
Not sure that's
Apart
a point
from anything, they are here to advise us and...
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you. I brought back an identical motion to the one the Labour group had first brought forward while in opposition, and which had had legal clearance on that first occasion and subsequently gained further legal clearance. Why was this motion so controversial? Because it put the Labour Party and its leader on the spot. Would they stick to their promises to the Chatham Docks businesses to stand by them shoulder to shoulder, or would they perform a breathtaking U-turn? That vote gave a clear answer to the people of Medway. Along with other broken promises, this was a big one. It showed the lack of trustworthiness of the group who now lead Medway Council. This knowledge will be a nail in the coffin for their chances of re-election. How they would have loved to snuff that straightforward and relevant motion of their own composing out. And now they have devised a tool under the name of efficiency to do just that on future occasions. What they couldn't do in the name of predetermination red herring, they are now proposing to do with the covering story of efficiency. This is one of the most shameful and anti-democratic changes to the Constitution ever to be put forward before Medway Council. This is democracy dodging, democracy denying, and breathtakingly cynical. If any group should give up their motions, it is the leading party, who hold all the strings anyway, run the cabinet and make all the decisions. Why don't they get on with doing that instead of spending their time trying to snuff out all opposition and deny us and our residents a voice? We are not here to sit quietly and process paperwork. We are here to challenge, to question and to advocate, and to give a voice to those we represent in full view of the public. So yes, let's talk about managing time better. Let's improve chairing, reduce repetition, encourage more focused debate. But let us not fall into the trap of thinking that democracy is the problem, because it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lemmas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The context of this debate comes back to a group meeting before I defected from the Conservative Party to the Reform Group, where the plan was presented to us for our support at the time on the basis of clipping Reform's wings before they can fly.
I have a point of order.
That is completely factually incorrect, and Councillor Lamas knows it's factually incorrect. This was debated at a number of Conservative group meetings when he was a member of the Conservative group, held the Conservative whip, which he did for a number of years, and he full well knows that that is nonsense. So I would ask him to withdraw that remark.
Councillor Lamas, you've been invited to withdraw the remark.
No, it's entirely truthful, and I was disgusted at the time, just as I'm disgusted now. The original working group was set up where these proposals to change the rules on motions were not included in the initial work stream. They came into the working group after it was initially set up. The initial proposals were sensible, and in fact, we're evidence of that tonight. The fact that we're meeting after an adjournment means that we have mechanisms in place already to deal with meetings that take a long time. And actually, as a representative of the people of Medway, I don't mind giving up my time, including late nights on occasion, standing up for what people believe in. But that's not what's happened here. And Councillor Maple talks a lot about other motion standing orders in different councils. That's because all of the best Labour tricks are not original. Flintshire case law clearly says that when councils try to plan meetings and shorten the meetings, including with working groups and accusations of undemocratic intent, powers are not unfettered. You have to always bear in mind the importance of representative democracy, including, they say, lone voices. That is why we asked the council for an independent legal opinion. They refused to do so. It didn't surprise us when we obtained our own, when they said that these plans are improper, undemocratic, disproportionate, go beyond legal powers, and expose the council to a likely successful legal challenge. They convene the constitutional principles of openness, accountability, and territoriality. What is really most surprising this evening, Mr. Mayor, is we are seeing the emergence in Medway of the Uni Party. We are seeing two parties coming together, worried about reform, working to curtail our voice. I'm especially disappointed in Labour members because their movement came from the Working Party, where they're meant to stand up for the little guy against the power of tyranny. What happened to winning on the basis of argument in politics? The Reform Group, if this passes, will proceed to seek confirmation of our independent legal opinion from a specialist barrister ahead of a legal challenge. It's very ironic that whilst Labour are rigging the rules, they are simultaneously tearing down the flags across the Medway towns.
Councillor Maple.
Could I seek personal clarification from Councillor Lamas if he endorses law breaking, like Section 132? Does he endorse law breaking? And if he does, which laws does he want to break?
Hold on, please. I'm sorry, Councillor Maple, I didn't believe that is relevant to this debate. Call. No. The next, Councillor Finch, you were down to speak. You still wish to speak? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're told it's about efficiency. In reality, it's about control. It's about shrinking the space where smaller groups can challenge, scrutinise and raise the issues residents actually talk to us about. The smaller groups are often the ones putting uncomfortable truths on the table. Since Reform UK was created on this council, we've secured more majority-backed motions than any other minority group, not because of arm twisting or political deals, but because our proposals are rooted in common sense and community priorities. And when we bring those forward, members in every party know they make sense, which is why they vote for them. That success clearly worries the administration. When you limit who can speak or how often smaller groups can contribute, you're not making meetings shorter, you're making democracy smaller. Medway doesn't need less debate, it needs better, more open, more transparent debate. Since these trial measures were introduced, we keep hearing they've been successful. Successful for whom? They've been extremely successful for the administration, making it easier to glide through meetings with minimal scrutiny while muting those who challenge them. Meanwhile, Reform UK, the smallest group here, has continued to work cross-party, support sensible motions and deliver resident-focused wins. We've done it by raising solid ideas, asking the right questions and refusing to be intimidated by procedural tactics. That track record should be encouraged, not restricted. So why formalise these limits now? Because the establishment parties have realised they can't win the argument on ideas. So instead, they adjust the rules. They talk about shorter meetings, but democracy takes time. Residents sit through long planning committees because their street, their homes, their community matter. The least we can do is give their issues the time they deserve in this chamber. It's no coincidence that the parties pushing these restrictions are the same ones losing ground, both here and nationally. They've become uncomfortable with challenge and far too comfortable with control. And with one of their former colleagues joining Reform UK, the direction of travel is clear. So I say to colleagues, especially those who still believe in open debate, don't vote to silence your fellow councillors. Don't vote to silence the people who sent us here. And don't create rules your successors may deeply regret.
Sorry, Councillor Finch, just a moment, please. Councillor Patterson.
Clarification. The suggestion that we have done anything to silence Reform Party UK members, when in fact the most common refrain we hear when we go back to them in debate is "nothing to add, Mr Mayor," suggests perhaps the opposite.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. Limit our speech. Mr Mayor, Reform UK will continue to oppose any attempt to silence us because, make no mistake, that's exactly what these restrictions are designed to do. They're not about efficiency, they're about control. They're about shutting down the voices that don't toe the line, and right now that's us. We may be the smallest group in this chamber, but we're the loudest voice for ordinary residents. And clearly that makes some people nervous. Why? Because we don't play party games. We don't take orders from Party HQ and we don't stay quiet just to keep the peace. We're not going anywhere, we're not backing down and we're not staying silent. We're Reform UK, we stand up, we speak out and we fight for the people of Medway, loudly, clearly and unapologetically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. Members, please can I remind you when colleagues are speaking, please will you remain silent. Councillor Croser, please.
Is it on? Thank you, Mr Mayor. The motion before us this evening regarding amendments to our constitution has been specifically designed to streamline and shorten our council meetings. It is important first to acknowledge the spirit in which the process began. It was initiated as a collaborative cross-party endeavour. Members from all groups, working constructively with officers, trialled a series of practical solutions to improve the efficiency of our proceedings. The successful consensus-driven changes that resulted from that initial work are rightly before us for adoption this evening, and they represent a process of which this council can be proud. However, Mr Mayor, the motion has since been appended with a late and deeply controversial proposal, the restriction of motions based on the size of a political group. This proposal, introduced hastily following the recent by-election, represents a stark departure from that initial collaborative spirit I just described. Whilst it will undoubtedly shorten meetings, its undeniable effect will be to severely undermine the ability of minority groups and individual members to bring important matters before this chamber. It threatens to marginalise, if not silence, the very voices that provide essential diversity of thought and scrutiny. But my most fundamental objection, Mr Mayor, is one of democratic principle. The ability for any elected member to table a motion is not a procedural triviality to be traded for administrative convenience. It is the very essence of our democratic function. It is the primary mechanism by which we represent our residents and hold the executive to account. To suggest we would sacrifice this bedrock principle for the sake of expediency is, I believe, a profound misjudgment of our duty as public servants. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, look, I've just been making notes throughout these contributions about some of the crazy things that are being said, and quite frankly, most of it's complete nonsense, as I said in an email when I was too having my breakfast this morning to all members. I mean, I think I'll take points in turn. First of all, to Councillor Lamas. Look, Councillor Lamas, you can talk about the Unit Party. You're a Conservative councillor until 6 weeks ago. You're a member of the previous government. Good luck. You had the worst attendance record of anyone in the group. I mean, I don't need to sit here. I don't need to sit here and take lectures from you. So thank you very much. To Councillor Pearce on the strength of opposition. Look, quite frankly, most of the time, Reform and independent councillors don't really say anything at scrutiny committees. They don't really add anything. My team here do a fantastic job, I know, because I'm very sad and watch every single scrutiny meeting. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to be taking lectures from you on the strength of opposition or how to do opposition, because my team are doing it every day. They do an effective job. We voted against 2 main items tonight, provide credible alternative at every opportunity, and at the end of the day, I'm very proud of the work that everybody on my side does as being the opposition every day. Just one other thing, I mean, Councillor Mrs Turpin, again, former Deputy Leader of Medway Conservatives, former Conservative councillor, just to flag up about, you know, some of the disgraceful comments about officers and previous motions, which are just totally inappropriate. I mean, it's just unacceptable. When you don't win the political argument, you don't go after people who can't then defend themselves in the public domain. We have a brilliant legal team here at Medway Council who do a great job every single day, and at the end of the day, if you don't like their advice, then I'm afraid that's your problem. The Conservative group will be supporting the report for the reasons as laid out within recommendation 1.1, following detailed conversations on a cross-party basis, as the leader referenced. For those working, and for the avoidance of doubt, my primary job is ensuring that all 19 of my councillors are healthy and safe, and those with caring responsibilities, meetings finishing up to midnight or after midnight are not acceptable. The successful trial of the questions going to Cabinet, as the leader has referenced, has been successful, and I believe that this change, whilst reducing the length of meetings, also provides proportionality to ensure that those with the largest representation on the Council have the fairest opportunities to have their voices heard. And as the leader of the, Deputy Leader of the Council references, as my brilliant Deputy always says, if you want to get more votes, and then you get yourself more councillors on the Council. For those reasons, we'll be supporting this, Mr Mayor, and for the avoidance of doubt, we supported it through a collaborative conversation throughout the process, working on a cross-party basis. There have been no backroom conversations to reassure Councillor Pearce, even though he missed some of those meetings and failed to send apologies from my notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Maple's on record as saying a reduction in number of motions has saved time at meetings. In January 2021, when the ruling Conservative group wanted to reduce the number of motions, Councillor Maple moved an amendment, seconded by Councillor Mayhill, saying there's no direct link between the length of meetings and number of motions. He even produced a colourful table proving it. In other words, number of motions has no bearing on length of meetings. Has he forgotten? I'll ping it over in a minute to him. Has selective memory loss also affected Councillors Brown, Curry, Mahal and Murray and Patterson? The Labour councillors all even insisted their votes be recorded. It would have been more, but we're under COVID restrictions at the time. And as an example, 5 motions one night, meeting finished at 10:30 when everyone's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. But tonight actually comes down to a simple matter of law. And I am grateful to the Monitoring Officer who has helpfully provided the legal authority of Armstrong, Brown and Fincher. I've still got my copy from 2020 when I was helping out with Councillor Pendergast. Paragraph 37, Justice Sheeman. Councillors represent particular areas. One of the ways in which they are intended to exercise their function is by raising matters in council. The standing order prevents them from doing that. Lord Justice Sedley, at paragraph 59 in his judgment, outlined what must happen if any proposal to amend or introduce a rule comes before council. And I quote, "It cannot be lawfully entertained, much less adopted, without consideration of objective legal advice on, and as minimum, 1. Legal constitutional purposes of Local Government Act 1972. 2. The difference in substantive effect between existing rule and the proposed one. 3. The obligation of councillors collectively to regulate the proceedings and business of the council without regard to part of advantage and in the sole interest of democracy." Members, we don't have before us the objective legal advice on these 3 matters, I submit, and I suggest such objective legal advice can only become from instructing independent counsel. And the reason I say this is that previously, in paragraph 53, Lord Justice Sedgley, in the Court of Appeal, ruled, and I quote, "It follows that the proceedings and business of the Council cannot lawfully be arranged so that, however innocent the intent, particular councillors are unjustifiably silenced or otherwise disadvantaged in doing what they've been elected to do." Now, we've heard much about cross-party working groups. Cross-party groups to which I'm not invited, that's okay, but I don't even get to put input, not told what's going on, let alone attending, and I'm not even consulted on in advance. I get no opportunity. In other words, unlawfully arranged because I'm unjustifiably silenced, technically otherwise disadvantaged. Oops. Law's clear, but don't take my word for it. Read the judgment. I'll lend you mine. I invite Councillor Maple to withdraw the proposal and follow the law as handed down in the Court of Appeal.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Thank you very much. I have no other members showing, so I go back to the proposer.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark. And what an interesting few minutes we've had. I'll give Councillor Lammas an opportunity again. Does he believe in breaking the law, and which other laws does he believe in breaking? Because in his last sentence, he made that reference. So if he wants to take the opportunity to clarify that tonight, that would be helpful. I don't believe in breaking any law. I believe in following the rules, and I think that's important. And from my perspective, and the perspective of the Labour and Cooperative Group, this is about making sure that we have all opportunities available. So that's why we've introduced all the things that we've laid out before. We don't have to have a cross-party governance working group. And Councillor Mrs Turpin is correct in saying that we don't agree on everything. In the same way that at the cross-party working group on local government reorganisation and devolution, we don't agree on everything. In fact, fundamentally, the two main groups have a fundamental disagreement, but we've had good, cordial, positive meetings. That's what good cross-party working looks like. It doesn't mean that you agree all the time, but it does mean that you open the door. Now, I have to say that the amount of cross-party working prior to May 2023 from the leader of the council was minimal at best, with the exception of when we were in the pandemic, and I pay tribute to officers and councillors at that point. I find it pretty reprehensible that people are talking about officers when they can't respond. And I would really urge some further clarification of mind before we finish this. Of course, this is not, as Councillor Spalding...
Sorry, Councillor Maple,
please.
Can I pause you? Councillor Ramos, do you have a point of explanation or order?
I think it may be both. No one is insinuating that officers have conducted themselves improperly. And with regard to the clarity that the leader sought to actually invite, I'm not entirely sure what law he's insinuating. Is he suggesting that...
OK, thank you. We're not going to have a discussion. Thank you very much, Councillor Lammas. Councillor Maple.
I'm suggesting that people have broken Section 132 of the 1980s Highways Act, and to encourage individuals to have that breaking of the law remaining in our community is unacceptable in my view. And I'm grateful for the hundreds of messages and conversations I've had with residents thanking me and particularly Councillor Patterson and the hard-working officers for that. On this particular issue, of course, we have, Councillor Spalding is right to say during COVID, motions were restricted. We used to have a situation where we could have, as it was now, 59 motions, or more actually. There was a restriction. I can't remember the name of the cabinet member who brought that forward. It may come to me at some point. But during that council meeting, there was a conversation to say there will be a review. There has been no review to date. We have taken, through the cross-party working group, that opportunity to review. And as others have said, because there's a cross-party working group, it doesn't mean we will agree on everything. So we will be moving this. And I refer colleagues back to my comment. If others wish to waste their own money, that's a matter for them. Wasting taxpayers' money on this would be disgraceful. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. We'll come to the vote then. Those in favour of the... Do I have 6 members? Thank you. We have a recorded vote, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will call each member in turn and I will ask whether you are voting for or against the proposal or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gurung. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Mahil. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. The proposal is carried, Mr Mayor.
The proposal is agreed. Come now to agenda item 17, Audit Committee, review of terms of reference. Councillor Brown, would you like to make a proposal, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a technical report, and I'm very pleased to bring it to full council as we have gone through it in great detail during the Audit Committee, and I thank all the members of the Audit Committee for the scrutiny that this was given and for officers and the hard work that they did in producing it. So commend it to the council.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor Nestorov, do you wish to speak now? Reserve the right.
I'll speak now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased to support this report. The proposed amendment to the Audit Committee terms of reference will strengthen our oversight and internal control and risk management, ensuring that the committee is formally informed of any internal audit reviews that identify significant risks and weaknesses. It will be requiring the committee to consider the findings of any internal audit reviews that receive a red opinion where weaknesses exceed £25,000 or pose a significant risk to the Council corporate objectives. This small but important change brings us further in line with the latest CIPFA guidelines and the new global internal audit standards. It means the committee will be better equipped to hold services to account and ensure public funds are properly protected. And here, Mr. Mayor, I would also like to thank officers for their thorough review and continued commitment for good governance, and I fully support the recommendation before Council.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that this report, has, as Councillor Brown says, has been through Audit Committee, was fully supported there by all members of the committee. It's also been through Business OS, and it's supported again by all members of that committee. So just to say it's a sensible proposal. I've got no more to say on the matter apart from we will be supporting this as a group.
Thank you. I have no other member. Go back to Councillor Brown.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you very much. Come now to agenda item 18, Corporate Parenting Board Annual Report. Councillor Price, would you like to make a proposal? Oh, Councillor Coombs, apologies. Thank you.
Parenting Board Annual Report. Thank you. I'm pleased to present the Corporate Parenting Board Annual Report, which provides an overview of Medway's corporate parenting services and sets out our strategy for continuing to meet the needs of our children in care and care leavers as their corporate parent. Thanks are due to officers, the Medway Children and Young People's Council, foster carers, the Young Lives Foundation, members and substitutes serving on the Corporate Parenting Board and subgroups, and all those who support Medway Children in Care. The report highlights much of the good work which has been done over the past 12 months, including the reverse buddy scheme, where members of the Corporate Parenting Board have been matched with children in care and hold fortnightly WhatsApp conversations, which helps cared for children's understanding of the role of counsellors and the corporate parent and vice versa. The strength of the relationship between the Corporate Parenting Board and the Medway Children and Young People's Council and the Young Lives Foundation, both of which have representatives on the board. The many events, including the annual Summer Barbecue, Care Leavers Week and the excellent Time to Shine Awards. Feedback from children and care representatives to their peers to let them know what has been raised at Corporate Parenting Board and which happens jointly with a member from the Council on a cross-party basis, and the dialogue between the Director of People, the leader and lead member with unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, otherwise known as refugee young people. The corporate parenting strategy will underpin the Corporate Parenting Board's work over the next year, focusing on 5 key strategies as outlined in section 4.4. These include ensuring children, young people and care leavers are safe from harm and experience stability of care through stable placements and excellent carers, ensuring our young people will be prepared for independent living, work and to become active members of society, ensuring we will support and encourage our children and young people to live a happy and healthy lifestyle, ensuring we'll be there for our children and young people, will support them to achieve their potential and have the same opportunities to achieve at school, university or college as their peers, and ensuring that we will strengthen children and young people's voice and influence by listening, engaging and using their experience to help us shape future services. Finally, I'm pleased to say that a child-friendly version of the corporate parenting strategy is being created to make it accessible to children and young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Joy, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd want to say a few things on this. Firstly, unfortunately due to illness, Councillor Price can't be here tonight, but I want to thank him for his chairing of the Corporate Parenting Board. I was pleased to be there with the Chief Executive earlier this week, and it was a fantastic meeting. And I thank all members and substitutes that serve on there. It's always been a good place to hear directly from our young people, but importantly from some of our partners as well. If we're corporate parents, it was nice to have some corporate aunties and uncles and second cousins and all the other parts of our system in there. We only now have one advisory group for the Cabinet as well. That was a change that we've made, and this is it. So it's really important that we have the annual report getting the maximum possible view across our communities. Children matter in Medway. We hear that said a lot, but actually these children matter just that little bit more. And so actually the ability to come together as a committee, hearing the voice of young people directly, has been critical. And as Councillor Coombs said in moving this tonight, it's about recognising that wraparound. And I want to send a special message to all of those attending Time to Shine later this week. I hope it's a fantastic event, that opportunity to recognise people doing amazing stuff. So really, really proud of the work that happens there. I want to thank each and every member who has either been a full member or a substitute this year. It's the most important thing we do. We have responsibilities, and we talked earlier tonight, obviously, in LGR. One of the things I think which is critically important, perhaps for our district and borough colleagues is to understand the role of a corporate parent for those who are seeking to stand for election for the new unitaries. I think that's so vitally important because, again, we only get to give those children one opportunity. So it needs to be the very best it can. So I think this report does an amazing job. I say the Corporate Parenting Board, I thank each and every member, particularly our young people who come along, share their views, and are not afraid of sharing their views, which is a really positive part of that environment that's created by all members, but particularly by Councillor Adam Price as chair of that. Thank you very much, Mayor Clark.
I have now a member, Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to reiterate the comments from Councillor Coombs and Councillor Maple. Councillor Adam Price takes on a lot of responsibility, actually being the lead member that we have, for ensuring that all of the children that are in the care of Medway Council have the same opportunities and support and aspirations and encouragement that any of us here that are parents give to our own children, and making sure they have that opportunity to know that there is people that are there to listen, to encourage, and to ensure that they can reach their potential. And like every member that's on there, we're privileged to be on there, to listen, to hear of the things that are being done across the board, not just by Medway Council, but by partner agencies, and the time that it takes from our officers to ensure that we function and making sure that we have the right people and the right teams. So all of the teams in Children's Services that are headed up by Kelly Cogger, all the teams that were headed up from Education, that were headed up by Celia, and every single person underneath them. It's not something that they only do because they're paid to do it. They do it because they're passionate about it, and everyone that goes on there is passionate to make sure that we give all the support we can despite the financial challenges, and therefore I'm really happy to support us moving forward with the corporate parenting strategy for 25-26. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go back to the proposer, Councillor Coombs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support from across the chamber. This corporate parenting annual report and the strategy is the result of real collaboration led by Councillor Adam Price, other members of the Corporate Parenting Board and officers. But not only that, from our young people and children in care, and that's one of the most important aspects of this report, is the central part played by the voice of young people in Medway. So I'd like to thank you all for your support for this report.
Thank you. Is that agreed, members? Agreed. Thank you very much. We come now to the report on overview and scrutiny activity. We have 20 minutes to receive and debate the report. I'll now call on Councillor Tijan to move the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report updates you on the work of our full overview and scrutiny committees since the last full council meeting. Over the past 3 months, they have tackled major issues, held cabinet portfolios holders to account, and reviewed performance and budgets. The Children and Young People Committee focused on safeguarding and education. It reviewed the Medway Youth Justice Plan, the Independent Reviewing Officer Annual Report, and the Annual Fostering Report. It also considered changes to travel assistance and post-16 transport. Wider discussions cover health and early intervention, adoption services, elective home education, and the impact of removing VAT exemption for private schools. These debates show our determination to protect children and support families. Regeneration, Culture and Environment Committee carried out pre-decision scrutiny. It examined air quality, public transport, and active travel. It reviewed the housing allocation policy and bereavement memorial policy. It also looked at the Get Camden Medway working plan. These discussions underline our commitment to a greener, fairer, and more connected Medway. The Health and Other Social Care Committee addressed frontline services. It received updates on the EMT provision, pharmacy access, and the pharmaceutical needs assessment. It scrutinized the integrated work and health strategy, mental health contracts, prosthetic services, and the NHS transition program. It also reviewed hospital discharge and safeguarding backlogs. This work shows our focus on improving care and protecting vulnerable residents. Finally, Ms. Mayor, the Business Support and Digital Committee, which I chaired, examined governance and innovation. We scrutinized the procurement strategy and the counter-fraud and corruption strategy. We also reviewed welfare reforms and progress on Medway 2.0, which is reshaping how residents interact with the council. A special meeting considered the cabinet decision on local government reorganisation, and after careful debate, Ms. Mayor, the committee accepted the decision. This demonstrates our balance of accountability with progress. Mr. Mayor, these committees have worked hard and asked tough questions and deliver strong scrutiny. This is democracy in action, and I therefore move the report as set out on agenda item 19.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Field?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak now. I'm pleased to second this overview and scrutiny report. Just to note, again, a few highlights similar to Councillor Tejan's report in terms of the committee I chair, the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Committee. We've met twice since we've last discussed overview and scrutiny at full council. As stated, in August we held scrutiny with the Cabinet Member for Climate Change and Strategic Regeneration. We considered a very important update to the housing allocation policy, and we also did our review for the capital and revenue budgets for round one of this financial year. In October, we considered two very important petitions referred by members of the public with matters to do with highways and public safety in both Lordswood and also in Wayfield. We also considered the Green Space Memorial Plan, the Get Kent Working Plan, and the performance of the One Medway Council Plan. Members from all parties, including Reform, supported the work of the joint task group with the Health and Adult Social Care Committee, looking into the important topic of air quality, public and active transport, which the Cabinet will consider next week. Again, I'd also like to thank members of my committee and also in particular officers that have supported the development of the task group and ensuring that the important scrutiny activity can occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and thanks to everybody on all of the scrutiny committees. I wanted to particularly place on record my thanks to the committees because they've really, in this last calendar year, discussed some incredibly important issues that have a real impact on the public. In every one of the scrutiny committees, there's been fast-changing policy making at government level, and I wanted particularly to single out HASC, where actually they've been running to catch up with all of the changes in health, all of the things that have come quite unexpectedly and are still continuing to come with, for example, the merger of ambulance trusts. And I do want to commend my friend, Councillor MacDonald, for his leadership on this, his insistence on being challenging and making room for all of those items and officers that help him do that. It really has been, I think, an unusually high workload, but the committee have faced that with seriousness. They asked challenging questions. That was very clear to me when I was held to account. And indeed, on that night, I had members from Medway Maritime Trust who were waiting, and the chair said to me afterwards, because I think I was being scrutinised for about an hour and 40 minutes, how impressed he was with the interest that members showed in the work that I'd been doing over the year and their commitment to asking challenging questions as well as being supportive. And you know, that was said to me unprompted, spontaneously, and I think it shows that our scrutiny committees are doing a really good job.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I mean, my comments on this are probably more to do with the public who are watching our meeting at the moment, if there are any left out there watching us, rather than for colleagues around the room this evening. I agree with the comments made both by Councillor Tijan and Councillor Field and Councillor Murray about the quality of the scrutiny. I mean, I know for certain that it is hard work for those of us who are being held to account, but welcome hard work. And we do our best to be as honest and open as we can, and we have to be, because those scrutiny committees are an incredibly important part of our democratic process. I'm just referring really back to item 16 tonight, where a lot was said about the fact that somehow some sort of democratic mandate was being taken off the minor parties. That's simply not true. We are held to account in all sorts of different ways, including at this meeting tonight, by all members for what we do. And it's not just us being held to account, it's all of us present here are held to account in different ways for our behaviour as well as what we do. And to suggest that we're removing any kind of democratic mandate from people is simply not true. I would also point out that in addition to the oversight and scrutiny committees, we have cross-working parties as well. We have one on climate, we have one on active travel, we have one on the local plan. We have a number of other committees that we have to attend, and we work very closely with each other on those. So I just wanted to make it very clear that although there may be a change in the Constitution to make meetings more easy, particularly these meetings more easy, that's not the motive behind that is simply because it is a lot of work goes in, both for ourselves and officers, and we wanted to make life easier. And we are certainly held to account in all sorts of different ways outside of those motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to be sort of similar on the same vein. I just wanted to talk particularly about the effective work that Councillor Tijan is doing, actually, in terms of bringing real leadership to the overall scrutiny as the sort of main scrutiny committee that Business Support and Digital sits as within the council structure. And I want to thank him for everything that he's doing in particular. I think we had a lot of comments earlier on this evening about opposition, and I'm sure comments on Facebook are that effective, but actually the work that Councillor Tijan does, and particularly my opposition spokes that's sitting on the front here, and Councillor Lawrence as well, do a fantastic job. Councillor Tijan as well, upskilling himself constantly, always wanting to learn more. I know he's been very recently away, he's carrying out a number of modules with the LJ actually on effective scrutiny, learning more about how he can better drive performance in scrutiny within his committee. So really impressed actually with the work that he does and the team do all the time. And I think actually most of the time on a very good and productive cross-party basis, which is really positive. And I look forward to more contributions from all political groups through all of those meetings in the coming months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. And I wanted to speak on two matters. Firstly, obviously one of the changes we've made is this report will now become an annual report. And I think that will be a very, very good opportunity for all four committees to give that annual review of all the work that they've done, holding us to account, importantly, looking at specific and special issues, taking members' items. And again, let's not forget, members' items are another way for all 59 councillors, in theory, to bring an item to scrutiny. And of course, holding our partners to account. I think particularly about Councillor Field's committee, which will be holding not only Councillor Patterson, but the whole of the committee that he chairs, working with partners looking at our community safety. And of course, I want to recognise in particular on the 2nd of October, we had a strange situation where very rarely for us as a council, we had two scrutiny meetings on the same evening. So I want to thank both staff, councillors. I know there were at least a couple of councillors who served on both committees that night. And it was, important to be, again, held to be account as council leader on the decision we'd taken. Difficult questions from people from all parties, actually, including my own. And I welcome that, unlike previous council leaders who took people off committees when they were asked difficult questions by people from their own party. That doesn't happen here. And so I welcome that scrutiny. And I want to thank the 4 chairs, the vice chairs, the opposition spokes, and all committee members. Scrutiny should never be underestimated. And we talked, going back to the very first meeting we had tonight, some of the best examples that we'll be sharing with others when it comes to creating these new unitary authorities. And I've had the privilege, as others had, doing LGA work, seeing how other councils work. Our scrutiny system is strong, powerful. It's a good collective voice when it needs to be, holding this administration, holding other key stakeholders to account. And of course, through the petitions system, is one of the few ways away from Cabinet, actually now on full council, where members of the public are able to address councillors who aren't the executive, in the case of the Scrutiny Committee. So a huge thank you to everybody involved. I look forward to those annual reports, and I thank all Scrutiny colleagues for their work, particularly on the 2nd of October. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's only a really quick one, really, and if you'd indulge me, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Murray and others for acknowledging the work of HASC and the other committees. But I just wanted to make the point, we always talk about ONS, but we always forget we don't forget, but we forget the pieces of jigsaw around ONS that make it work, like Audit and all the other small committees that do all their work every day and allow us to function. I want to make sure I just do that. And I also want to say, with the comments that we've had this evening about us not working together, I can honestly say, I've seen it on the other committees, I can honestly say it on HASC, myself and Councillor Wildy often go at each other in a very nice way, not to be at a go at, but we do, but we work cross-party, and that is the way HASC works effectively, when we all work together instead of against each other. And I just wanted to make it clear that we do that on most committees that we work on. And finally, Mr Mayor, I'm sure I should contribute to Democratic Service Officers' therapy budget, because they sit with me for a few hours and I think they need it. Not in a bad way, members, I don't want you putting me to Councillor Conduct, but I just wanted to thank Democratic Services, because they are absolutely the key. We're doing 2 HASs instead of 1 over the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, and they are absolutely the glue that holds all of these committees together. And I just wanted to make sure that's put on record, that I know everyone else has always said it, and I just want to do it again. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do the meetings we do. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. Councillor Wildy.
Thank you. Members on both sides have said how important the scrutiny work is, but previously I have said, and at the last HASC, Councillor MacDonald said about the joint task, which is a joint meeting of Kent and Medway Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which Dan is the chairman at the moment. But to get a meeting arranged, which is often quite important, more than quite important, that's been proving to be difficult or impossible. So I'd just like to draw to the other councillors that aren't involved in health that working with Down the Hill is particularly difficult at the moment, and it is a very, very important issue, the health of Medway for us, but Kent, and obviously with NHS being cross-border, it's very important that those meetings should be re-established. I think we can all agree on that, which goes back to where we started with the chaplain at the beginning, that we do more than you'd expect to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maper, you indicated you have already spoken, a reminder.
Point of explanation, myself, the Chief Executive, the Deputy Leader, have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, both with ICB colleagues and KCC colleagues. So I'll commit tonight to take that point to that meeting tomorrow morning. Very important. And I know joint HOSC was used rarely, but it's a powerful tool. So we'll take that away as a direct action, working collaboratively as one council. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tejan, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members, for your contributions. I mean, scrutiny remains the cornerstone of our democratic accountability. I want to thank members for their kind words. Earlier tonight, Mr. Mayor, decisions were made under item 16 to introduce measures aimed at improving efficiency and keeping our meeting more focused. And Mr. Mayor, as a result of that decision, this will be my final report covering the work of all 4 overview and scrutiny committee. So I want to take this opportunity in particular to extend my thanks to officers, for their professionalism and steadfast support over the last 2 years. So, and I want to thank members for the work they do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you very much. We come now to the final item, the use of urgency provisions. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and let's hope we can do 3 meetings fairly quickly. This is a technical report. Again, we use urgency powers rarely. We've used them in 2 matters, actually both relating to education, and that's for the primary, pardon the pun, the primary driver of the urgency is because of the, in the case of one, the school year starting, in the case of the other, ensuring that we had a Medway test to be done by our children and young people. So straightforward, laid out in the report, and as I say, obviously we're noting these this evening. Thank you.
Is that supported? Councillor Murray, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note that the Conservative Group support the use of urgency provisions within these items within the report, and always thank the Leader and officers for the pragmatic way in which they engage around the use of urgency provisions, always sparingly within the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Is that agreed, members? Before I close the meeting, I'd just like to thank our live stream viewers for watching the meeting this evening, and to our members of the public who've stayed with us the whole time too. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, members.